If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 26, Wins and Losses. The challenged, Zhao Han, has been knocked out and his third seat now belongs to the challenger, Zhao Wei. The judge announced loudly for all to hear of the inevitable result. Zhao Han lost just like that. Even with his incredible peak of the 5th rank inner strength, he was still no match for Zhao Wei's one move. He's truly a monster. I reckon even if it was Zhao Linglong he wouldn't necessarily have the strength to defeat Zhao Han in a single move. Look, he still has his eyes closed. Could it be that he hasn't seen anything from the match? This guy. How pretentious can he get? The disciples cast their gazes at the first seat, which was occupied by Zhao Linglong. They wanted to know his reaction, but his closed eyes and passive face gave nothing away. He seemed to be in a different world of his own, disregarding everything. Nothing else mattered to him. Despite not getting what they wanted, the spectating disciples had already raised the image of the tournament's shining star, Zhao Wei, inside their minds. Till now, he hadn't shown any of his true strength, making him seem like a bottomless pit. Not to forget that he follows a peculiar code of finishing his opponents with only one fist, well, except for Xiao Fang, who he had decided to somehow play with. Zhao Wei had already become the tournament's favorite, and they couldn't help but anticipate a blood-boiling match between him and the number 1 inner disciple, Zhao Linglong. They couldn't wait for Zhao Wei to challenge Zhao Linglong. But was he really going to do so? As for the person of interest, he calmly went over and sat on the unoccupied third seat like an enthroned king. Zhao Qi, who occupied the second seat, cast him a side look that mirrored his inner wariness. Zhao Wei, feeling a gaze on him, turned his head and flashed him a playful smirk. Zhao Qi felt himself miss a breath. Zhao Wei's smirk made him overthink that he wasn't finished and he was going to be next. Shit! Why did I have to look at him? Now this crazy guy has set his eyes on me. I just hope that he won't challenge me, since I don't have full confidence in winning against him. Being in the second position is already good enough. This guy feels more dangerous than even Zhao Linglong. It looks as if high cultivation is worth nothing in his eyes. Messy thoughts ran through Zhao Kai's mind as a cold sweat trickled down his face. It would be even stupid of him to try and challenge him to test the waters. It was just better to proceed with his initial plan of challenging the first seat. Zhao Wei was bad news that should be avoided. Seeing Zhao Kai's uncomfortable and worried look, Zhao Wei chuckled lightly, just enough to startle him and cause him even more stress. What a scared pup! Zhao Wei shook his head with an amused expression on his face. He could already see through Zhao Kai's worries. The dude had probably started thinking that he was also aiming for his seat so as to increase his own fame and prestige. That was something that Zhao Qi needed not to worry about, since Zhao Wei had no intentions whatsoever of amassing reputation and prestige. Zhao Wei had already achieved whatever he wanted. Nothing more, nothing less. Zhao Wei still had 3 chances of challenging anyone, but he had already planned to pass them up. He had never put the first position in this clan's tournament as something worth taking over. That Linglong guy could as well continue to have it. What is reputation? What is fame? What is short-lived glory? All of these were nothing in front of his eyes. They served no purpose in his life and grand aspirations. Zhao Wei thought of those people who won lotteries worth millions or even billions of dollars and then they became rich and famous overnight. But what follows next? Some will wantonly spend all that money, and just as they had once become rich, they would take a turn for the worse and become homeless hobos in debt. The fame and reputation that they had previously gained would all crumble as they fall into misfortune, which would only serve for other humans to secretly laugh at them. That was how humans functioned. The higher you climb, the harder you fall, and the more intense it would serve as joy for others. As a person from Earth, Zhao Wei had seen it oh so well. Even the people you deemed as your most trusted friends, they would immediately laugh behind your backs the moment you experience a moment worthy of schadenfreude. Stretching his legs like a cat, Zhao Wei leaned further into his seat and closed his eyes while resting his intertwined hands on his lap. Then, he went deep into his mind to slowly analyze the metal wall technique and understand even the very minute details it contained. Primordial stellar energy body refining art needed numerous points of inferences to develop it further. The more body techniques he had in hand, the more it would be close to another evolutionary spurt. After remembering some details from the absolute bangers like stellar transformation, Lord Shuiying and top-tier providence, Zhao Wei had been having crazy thoughts swirling in his imaginative mind about the future of his self-created body cultivation technique. Xiao Fang looked at the sleeping Zhao Wei and internally cursed his entire generation for taking what he had been aiming for. Due to Zhao Wei taking the original main character's opportunity from the blood-red python's territory, Zhao Feng's peak 4th rank cultivation base was genuine and wasn't hidden by the hiding air technique. But even though his cultivation base was at the peak of the 4th rank, his inner strength was at the 5th rank. Zhao Feng could easily fight toe-to-toe with opponents of the 5th rank. This fact made him confident of even challenging someone like Zhao Han, even though he would have to expose some of his tricks and strength. Zhao Feng didn't have a good impression of Zhao Han in the first place since he was Zhao Yujian's cousin and Zhao Yujian was his enemy. So he had initially intended to settle the feud in one way or another. Now my only way of getting into the top 3 has been cut off completely. I can't challenge Zhao Qi, who has learned many high-ranked techniques and similarly trained all of them to the high level. As for that bastard, even if I was given millions of gold taels to fight him, I would immediately refuse. Zhao Feng seethed silently. Now I would have to completely forget about learning a peak-ranked martial art and a necessary ingredient for my breakthrough to the 5th rank, the blood pill. A barely discernible smug smile curved on Zhao Wei's face when his senses picked on a particular person's hidden hatred. Even though he was concentrating on something else, Zhao Wei could easily divide his focus into 2 without needing a mind-related technique. Zhao Wei's wrath-inducing smug smile didn't escape Zhao Feng's left god eye. This bastard! Fuck, it was intentional. Zhao Feng wasn't stupid. He knew that whether it was intentional or unintentional, Zhao Wei had ultimately ruined his plans and he was plainly rubbing it on his face. In silent anger, he gritted his teeth, making his jaw muscles visibly protrude. Zhao Feng nearly puked blood due to the extreme anger and madness boiling inside him. The ancient god's eye was the only thing keeping him in check. There was simply nothing he could do against Zhao Wei since the bastard was a brute and his fists hit harder than even metal. Zhao Feng could only leave him be. Then I am only left with one choice. To challenge the 4th seat. A high-ranked technique is at the end of the day still greater than a middle-ranked technique. I have to be content with what I get. Zhao Feng thought carefully after calming himself down. The events that followed next were that interesting to Zhao Wei. Zhao Feng took the 4th seat from Zhao Qin and she was forced to step down and take the 5th position among inner disciples, but that was also for a short period. Xiaoyui challenged Zhao Qin and took her position, making her more sad and disappointed. The tournament really had many geniuses that could suppress her in terms of strength. The new would always replace the old. And then again the dethroned Zhao Han proceeded to challenge Zhao Feng, intending to at least save his face, only to lose it again. He had had a very bad day. He could only occupy Zhao Yufi's position, who had immediately surrendered when he had challenged her. The direction of the novel didn't derail that much as Zhao Qi still issued a challenge to the 1st seat, Zhao Linglong. Like any other mob and stepping stone out there in the worlds of cultivation, Zhao Linglong wore a golden robe and had sharp sword-like eyebrows with an aura of an imperial highness. Something that had deeply amused Zhao Wei. That guy was even more arrogant than him. But he served as a good source of knowledge for Zhao Wei. Zhao Linglong's step shadow movement technique and peak-ranked martial technique spatial cloud finger were duly analyzed and memorized. To see through the essence of a peak-ranked martial technique wasn't that hard for Zhao Wei. He didn't plan on using them personally, but they could serve him very well in improvising his own techniques. The clan sparring contest ended with no suspense and the prizes and ranks among the new bunch of inner disciples were announced. The top 6 ranks were like this from the 1st position to the 6th position: Zhao Linglong, Zhao Qi, Zhao Wei, Zhao Feng, Zhao Han, Zhao Yufi, Zhao Qin. As for the prizes, Zhao Wei had muted whatever those below the top 3 received from his ears since they didn't concern him. As a result of being in the top 3, Zhao Wei had been bestowed a special token that would allow him to pick his techniques without any worry from the martial arts library. Women are a source of trouble. Zhao Wei scoffed lightly and disappeared into the crowd when he saw Xiaoyui looking for him after the tournament was finalized. The Linglong guy, in whichever universe he was from, he couldn't resist a jade beauty. A jade beauty was always their kryptonite. Zhao Wei had already seen it from miles away and extricated himself from such a forced plot. There was no benefit of him clashing balls with such a character if needed be. What mattered most were the events that would introduce him to the rest of the fan universe and leave Sun Feather City behind. Yet another new beginning awaited him. Chapter 27, Fated with Assassination Dao. After returning to his abode, Zhao Wei decided to cook something before doing anything else. His need for more nutrition seemed to have considerably escalated as his cultivation strength continues to grow. Not to mention, his body cultivation skill primordial stellar energy body refining art. After being fully satiated, Zhao Wei rested for a while and after that went to his courtyard. All of my skills are maxed out, grandly perfected to unprecedented levels, well, except for the body strengthening skill. Zhao Wei touched his chin in thought while comfortably assuming a lotus position. The efficiency at which I can use them makes them more superior than high-ranked martial arts and slightly closer to peak-ranked ones. Zhao clan don't have any holy martial arts, but for a small clan, it's impressive that they have remnants of an incomplete holy ranked martial art. Zhao Wei knew the term holy skill or holy path was something that was only being used mainly by those in the lower strata. The correct way of skill categorization from the lowest to the highest was mortal, spiritual, earth, and heaven. The incomplete holy rank martial techniques were only comparable to sub-low-level mortal rank techniques. And the so-called holy rank martial techniques can only be considered low-tier mortal rank techniques. But even then, mortal rank techniques were still kind of a rarity, forget about spiritual rank. It was understandable for those of Sun Feather City not to know such basic knowledge due to regional limitation, and also their horizons were just within the confines of the city. There were other 11 small cities just like Sun Feather City in the Guanla province. And the Guanla province was under the leadership of the Guanjun Palace, the organization that Zhao Wei wanted to be scouted by. Connections had to be made if he wanted to eventually enter the Broken Moon clan, a hub of various important knowledge that could prove very helpful to him. And for that he had to stand out in the Genius Summit that would happen in like 2 days from now. Zhao Wei didn't need to be the final winner but showcase a notable performance that would make the guy from Guanjun Corps definitely want to recruit him. Anyway, the techniques above the heaven rank weren't clearly explained, but when I had been just a reader, I had made a personal speculative list. They were God rank techniques and ancestral rank techniques. God rank techniques used by those in the heavenly divine realm and God Lord realm, while ancestral rank techniques were used by the mysterious world level entities. Zhao Wei chuckled to himself since that knowledge wasn't going to help him in any way. It was currently utterly useless to him. I should improve my cultivation base now. There is no need to lag behind. Zhao Wei put his hand into his right pocket and gently removed a carefully wrapped up pill. He then unwrapped it and behold, a shiny red round pill came into view. A faint medicinal scent wafted into Zhao Wei's nose and he closed his eyes to savor it. This was the blood pill that only those in the top 3 could receive as a reward. Without hesitation, Zhao Wei picked it up and popped into his mouth. A herbal minty taste assaulted his taste buds as the blood pill slowly dissolved in his mouth before gliding down via his food pipe into his stomach. Zhao Wei used the medicinal energies within the blood pill to increase his inner strength and cultivation base respectively. His cultivation base experienced a breakthrough and increased to the peak of the 5th realm, while his inner strength became comparable to the 6th rank. Feeling that it wasn't enough, Zhao Wei decided to use the 1000-year-old blood plant to barely shatter the cultivation barrier between him and the 6th rank. It took all of his concentration to successfully break through to the 6th rank. His inner strength was boosted to the limit of the 6th rank and stayed there, since an almost impenetrable gate existed between the 6th rank and the 7th rank where one could be called a martial master. Zhao Wei then used that day and the next one to thoroughly consolidate his foundation. One's talent is put to test as one progresses further in their cultivation. Zhao Wei could already sense the diamond-like wall that would be proved very difficult for him to bulldoze through. The 7th rank of the consolidated realm was going to be a pain for him, but Zhao Wei just brushed it off as something that he would have to deal with when the appropriate time arrives. I still haven't gone to the martial arts library, but first. Zhao Wei stood in the middle of his courtyard like a statue. He closed his eyes and started reliving all of his past experiences, from the purple lightning-clawed phantom panther all the way to the present. But what he put more emphasis on was his battle against the sneaky purple lightning-clawed phantom panther and Zhao Linglong's step shadow movement technique. Although Zhao Linglong's technique was miles away from ever rivaling the purple lightning-clawed phantom panther's true shadow-like maneuvering, it still served well as a reference. Creating afterimages wasn't something that Zhao Wei couldn't do. With just the sheer speed of his physical body, he could easily break the sound barrier. It wasn't anything really special. Zhao Linglong seemed to have not fully grasped the essence of his own technique, and that was to be as shadow-like as possible, to be unseen by your opponent. With his high comprehension abilities, Zhao Wei came to understand if all shadows share the same fundamental connection, then wasn't it possible for him to find a way to utilize it more? The purple lightning-clawed phantom panther had a special physiology that allowed it to seamlessly hide in something as intangible as a shadow. Zhao Wei's body was human and incomparable to that of such a monster, but there was something that people shouldn't forget. Cultivators are beings of adaptability. They can adapt to anything through techniques. Zhao Wei could already erase himself from the visible realm. Adding another life-saving skill into his arsenal of abilities wasn't going to be without its own benefits. Zhao Wei had already seen through the essence of the shadows. He had totally understood it, what it meant to be a shadow. All of a sudden, Zhao Wei's figure disappeared from where he had been standing. He didn't turn invisible or use his terrifying speed to instantly accelerate. Zhao Wei just disappeared, and when he appeared again, it was several meters away from where he had been just standing. And from whence he came from was a dark shadow cast by a mid-sized tree. Damn, that felt dangerous. I became Danny Phantom for a moment. Zhao Wei inspected his body very carefully with an interesting look in his dark eyes. So that is what it means to shadow travel. The shadow traversing technique. Truly magnificent. Zhao Wei grinned widely like a crazy scientist before locking his eyes on another shadow. And instantly he appeared where he put his mind to. Then again and again, he repeated the same set of actions. Teleporting via shadows within my field of vision. This is a truly overpowered life preservation skill, and at the same time, a good way to catch my enemies off guard. At the same time, something clicked inside his mind. Why does it seem like I am fated with assassination deo? It was very true. Though it felt grand and heroic to fight your opponents head-on with overwhelming confidence, Zhao Wei felt that if the situation needed be, it was better to just finish off your opponents in the quickest way possible while catching them unaware. There was no need to care about honor when it came to matters of life and death. Honor and adhering of rules was just for brainless fools. And Zhao Wei wasn't one to care about such trifles. He wasn't an honorable man. The thought of daggering someone from behind without even them knowing, appealed to him more than anything. Chapter 28, Changes. Having trained to his heart's content, Zhao Wei decided that it was time to go to the martial arts library. But on his way out, Zhao Wei encountered a rather frequent visitor to his living quarters. It was Xiaoyui. Apart from her, there has been no one else with whom he had spent more than a few minutes with. Xiaoyui. The woman was at risk of getting fatally attached to him, and that wasn't definitely good in the long-term run. Or maybe she was already ensnared without her even knowing it. Hey, brother Wei. I have been looking for you for quite some time. Where have you been hiding all this time? Her exquisite and gentle eyes gazed at him with a questioning look. Her voice sounded just like a celestial tune to the ears. Xiaoyui looked innocent, sexy, pure, and devastatingly charming. Any man would find it hard to resist her call and whims and only wish to protect, cherish, possess, and spoil her to the best of their ability. But was Zhao Wei just any man? No. Truthfully, from the depths of his heart, Zhao Wei didn't want to be emotionally entangled with the beautiful lady standing on his path. That's why several days after learning the mysteries behind his newfound technique, shadow traversing technique, Zhao Wei had been using it to hoodwink those who sought after him, and it was especially one person. Xiaoyui. It could be said that he had been acting pretty childish. That act of hiding from someone was reminiscent of the childish game of hide and seek. Zhao Wei believed what he was doing was for her own good and peace of heart and mind. He was the type of man any woman should avoid diverting their interest to. For his heart held no love and compassion. His mind hadn't for once thought about being cuddly with anyone in the fan universe, a universe comparable to a simulated reality. Hiding? That is a rather ridiculous way of putting it. Can a man just not be busy with his life and remain unseen from the world? Zhao Wei fluently replied, not admitting anything or explaining himself to the fairy in front of him. Humph, but to me it feels like you have been diligently avoiding me. A woman's intuition has little to no probability of going wrong. Xiaoyui adorned a cute pout on her face while placing her hands on curvy hips. And Zhao Wei calmly urged her to continue. The expression on his face was one that portrayed an uncaring attitude. Seeing his nonchalance and kind of aggravating stance, Xiaoyui exhaled in clear frustration. She still couldn't understand Zhao Wei even after spending some time with him. Albeit only a little bit. Did I do something wrong, or is there a specific reason why you have been avoiding me? I only wanted to spar and learn more from you, since you have already proven yourself to be the best among all disciples. Xiaoyui inquired with a hurting expression on her gorgeous face. A foreboding feeling crept in Zhao Wei's heart. He didn't know why. Even so, Zhao Wei chose to ignore the feeling as he intensively looked at Xiaoyui. Some things couldn't be avoided just for long. Zhao Wei wasn't so conceited to think that Xiaoyui was already head over heels for him. But he speculated that if he continued interacting with her for longer periods, her budding feelings would erupt, and what he mostly wanted to avoid would become an eventuality. Due to his intense gaze, Xiaoyui found herself blushing unintendedly as her slightly watery eyes sought to avoid him. The reason we couldn't see each other was due to my arduous training, and in this cruel world of cultivation, negligence and laziness shouldn't be tolerated. I don't know if I should feel sorry for just wanting to increase my survival rate and strength. His words weren't soothing or gentle, but sharp and a little bit sarcastic. The world doesn't revolve around your beck and call, beautiful. Xiaoyui found herself quite disoriented by his words. Beautiful? That word stuck to her heart like a magnet. It made her maiden heart race like never before, and if it were not for his other words, Xiaoyui would have chosen to remain muddled. Wasn't he being unnecessarily harsh to her? What was the reason for his shitty response? Why was he being rude? What did she do wrong for him to be this cold? She was just trying to be nice and get to know him more, as he was the only one that wholly interested her. He was an enigma that she yearned to unravel little by little due to her relentless curiosity. She just wanted to know more about the man named Zhao Wei. Why was he so much different from others? Why did he like to stay like a lone wolf? What was the reason for the tinge of loneliness hidden within his deep abyssal eyes? Why doesn't he normally show the much-needed response when in the presence of a beautiful flower like her? Wasn't she beautiful enough for him to just look at her with a warm and tender gaze other than his usual calm and collected one? Xiaoyui didn't know why she was starting to feel like that, but Zhao Wei knew. Curiosity can kill the cat. Zhao Wei took a step. Then another, which was then followed by another until he was within an arm's length reach of Xiaoyui. Xiaoyui chose to stand her ground, her expectant eyes following every of his calculated movements. His actions conveyed that he had something pretty important to say to her. But then what was this feeling of apprehension mercilessly clawing at her heart? Thump! 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 Xiaoyui. The way he called her name was profoundly different from his usual way of calling her. It felt a little bit intimate. That's how it sounded in her ears, anyway. You are a beautiful woman. Eh? For a moment. Just for a moment Xiaoyui found her brain ceasing its functioning. What the? Is he trying to confess? Various wild thoughts filled her pure mind as a red flush of shyness spread on her soft white and unadulterated skin of her small neck and cheeks. Unaffected by the changes of her facial expressions, Zhao Wei continued. I wholly accept that you are so beautiful, but it's a pity. It's just a pity that you bear many thorns that may prick me at any moment. In short, you will be inviting me and yourself a lot of unnecessary troubles when your interest in me keeps on increasing further. You are a lamb, and a lamb usually should not intentionally send itself into the wolf's den. I am no wolf but a demon you should avoid at all costs lest your soul be consumed by me. I don't know how you find me attractive, since I have never been one to care about superficialities, but please don't harbor thoughts of friendship or something like affection toward me. I am not your friend that would play with you when you are bored. We have boundaries that shouldn't be crossed, and I am just an ordinary disciple just like any other. Zhao Wei then exhaled strenuously after blubbering for so long and then started walking past her. He then stopped when he was behind her. I might have been harsh and somehow unfeeling, but it's for your own sake. Take care. With that, Zhao Wei disappeared as he headed towards the martial arts library, leaving behind Xiaoyui, who stood frozen like a lifeless statue. It was silent. Utterly silent. The cool evening wind did nothing to cause a reaction from the lost woman, only slightly blowing her pretty white dress and exposing her long and beautiful slender legs. She didn't know the hows and whens, but when she came to herself, her watery eyes had already started spilling. Something. Just something inside of her felt broken for the first time in her life. Even though he had spoken indirectly, Xiaoyui was no dunce, and she understood what he had wanted her to thoroughly understand. Bastard! She cursed under her breath, not caring for her image since she was all alone. Through his words, Xiaoyui had already come to verify her own feelings. It seems I liked him. And I. Her gaze was sorrowful, conveying the woes of a broken heart as she looked at the slowly approaching darkness of the night in the sky that mirrored her own emptiness. Still like him. Her love became unrequited even before it bloomed into something more devastating. It was crystal clear that Zhao Wei didn't have her in his heart and no one else. He was a poison. And she was still determined to get poisoned by him. Amidst the brokenness, her heart slightly mended and yearned for him. The heart already wants what it wants. Rubbing away her unsightly tears, Xiaoyui sniffed back her snot with a new look of determination on her immortal-like face. I will surpass you, and only then would you have nothing else to look at but only me. I know that you think I am a liability, but that won't be for long. Unknown to her and many, at that very moment, her vow inadvertently stimulated the traces of her ancient bloodline, and a fire that wasn't there burned in her eyes. The river of time derailed from its natural course as Xiaoyui was born anew. She was no longer that maiden that had just had her heart broken. She was. Chapter 29, Second Floor. WC 2.08K. The silhouette of the martial arts library could be seen from afar as Zhao Wei slowly neared it. His demeanor was still refined and lonesome, his gait slow and seemingly careless. The expression on his face was subdued, not showing an ounce of his inner emotions and thoughts. Zhao Wei looked unaffected by whatever had happened just a few moments ago. He hadn't been wrong, that was all that mattered to him. His conscience didn't have any guilt, and his mind was devoid of any afterthoughts or lingering sentiments. Xiaoyui had to face reality. Reality was an unfair bitch, and he, Zhao Wei, had already seen through it, or so he thought. Xiaoyui could be considered still young compared to him when it came to maturity and life experience. The man named Zhao Wei was unlovable. He deemed himself so. He was a being that yearned for power and lived for power and mysteries the universe had to offer. He lived for the ultimate goal of being unshackled by anything in existence, to be supreme, to be an eternal existence. But was there a possibility of his vision and grand ambitions being flawed? No one knew. Even Zhao Wei himself didn't know. As long as one had their own ideals, dreams, and path to follow, was there any need to care about the little mundanities barring them from achieving whatever they want? As an earthling, Zhao Wei's knowledge could be said to be several miles ahead of everyone in the fan universe. How many plots and stories have he read? There were honestly so many. The main character always appears at the last hour to save despair-filled female leads, or a scenario where the love interest and close ones of the main character are used as hostages and bargaining chips to bring worry and anger onto the story's hero. Zhao Wei knew them all too well. Such kind of tribulation wasn't what he needed in his life's journey. He didn't need anyone or anything that could be used against him. He feared and abhorred liabilities at the same time. He didn't want unnecessary dramas to plague his own daily life. "Greetings, Great Elder," Zhao Wei respectively cupped his hands when he saw the usual guardian of the martial arts library. Zhao Wei already knew his name. It was supposed to be Zhao Yuzong or just Elder Zhao, but he couldn't just call out his name aloud. It was best for him to act natural like any other oblivious disciple. "Inner disciple Zhao Wei, and here I was wondering when you would come to the martial arts library. This old man has been diligently waiting for you." Elder Zhao smiled amiably at him while nodding his head subtly. To say he wasn't satisfied with this demonic genius would be severely wrong. Zhao Wei's previous performance at the clan's sparring tournament had left a deep impression in his mind. Elder Zhao honestly believed Zhao Wei to be nothing short of monstrous. "He looks calm and reserved even in my presence. His breath is steady and strongly restrained, a testimony of how sublime his control over his inner strength is. At such a young age he's already able to achieve such feats, I can't even begin to imagine the limitless possibilities of his future." Elder Zhao thought in appreciation while running his rough hand through his voluminous white beard. Zhao Wei somehow found his many actions quite amusing. His long beard kind of reminded him of the headmaster of Hogwarts. "You can call me Elder Zhao. I suppose you should already have an inkling about my identity." Elder Zhao introduced himself, his sharp eyes never leaving Zhao Wei. "I had my own guesses, especially after seeing you sitting together with the head of the clan. Anyone attentive would have been able to put two and two together." Zhao Wei humbly replied. From an outside perspective, anyone would have really thought that Zhao Wei was humble and the filial type of guy. Only himself knew that whatever he was saying and doing weren't heartfelt. If the situation needed him to be humble and respectful, then he would do just that. "Also, there is something about your aura that may be to elevate your status above other elders," Zhao Wei calmly continued. Elder Zhao's eyes twinkled before his body almost keeled over in laughter. What an energetic old man, Zhao Wei thought. "Ho ho, you really have a way with words, young man. I presume that's it, only you who can come up with such a speculation. Anyway, that's enough chatter for the day. Let me bring you to the second floor." Elder Zhao rose from his seat before beckoning Zhao Wei to follow him. "I have been waiting for those words like forever." Zhao Wei then started following Elder Zhao to the second floor. Compared to the first floor of the martial arts library, which had thousands of martial arts books, the second floor seemed rather scarce and unimpressive. The second floor was where high-ranked martial techniques and peak-ranked martial techniques were located. The second floor had no physical books present in the shelves but only jade tokens. Those jade tokens held the names of the martial arts skill and the summary of what the skill completely entailed. Those were some of the basic knowledge that Zhao Wei remembered from the novel after witnessing it himself. High-ranked martial techniques and peak-ranked martial techniques were extremely precious to the clan, so the appropriate security measures came in the form of jade tokens. "You don't exactly seem surprised by the state of the second floor." Elder raised an eyebrow as he looked at the expressionless face of the rising disciple. "He's becoming more interesting with each little moment that I get to know him. You are not gonna ask me anything?" He cast an expectant gaze at him. Zhao Wei shook his head and came up with a random reasonable reply. "I think there's a reason as to why things are as they are." The clan has its own reason for doing things and I don't think I am in a position to ask about everything. Elder Zhao sighed helplessly, disappointment clearly written on his face. As the custodian of the library, Elder Zhao wished to be occasionally asked questions or else he would find it painfully boring sitting there every day without anything to do except for one singular job. You can choose the skills that you are supposed to. Just pick up the jade tokens of the skills you find yourself comfortable with and give them to me. Elder Zhao instructed. Zhao Wei nodded before he started reading through the mixture of 200 or so, high-ranked and peak-ranked martial techniques. Of course, peak-ranked martial techniques were in the minority. Relentless tornado kicks, peak-ranked martial technique, it is of the wind attribute and has 3 levels. Effective against multiple enemies. When cultivated to perfection, the user would be able to sweep away thousands of armies. You are the one I want. How can I pass up the chance to airbend my way through multiple opponents? Also the technique inevitable reminds me of Hezu. Zhao Wei thought with a slight smile on his lips. In his past life, he had been a casual gamer apart from being an avid novel reader and anime watcher. So it wouldn't come off as a surprise for him to know a few game characters and their attack patterns. Zhao Wei also saw the technique chosen by Xiao Fang in the original timeline Star Finger, but he didn't give up on the relentless tornado kicks. Since he cultivated the primordial stellar energy body refining technique, he could easily use it as a template to create something similar to Star Finger but inarguably more powerful. Since Zhao Wei had already chosen a peak-ranked martial technique, he was now only left with 2 high-ranked ones. He found a high-ranked skill called Freezing Ice Spear Technique. As the title suggests, it obviously leaned heavily on the ice element. It had 4 levels. When cultivated to the max level, one will able to condense ice spears in the air and attack through the air by causing a rain of ice spears. One would be comparable to a monarch of ice and blizzard. It also the qualities of an expert of the transformation state. To Zhao Wei, the final level of the spear art had a little bit of semblance with how the king of Uruk liked to attack through the gates of Babylon. "Oh Gilgamesh yo!" Zhao Wei chuckled inwardly. He would probably curse at me for referring him like that, Zhao Wei thought as he picked the jade token of his last high-rank skill. It was honestly an unexpected good find. A rarity, to say the least. Overworld Thunder Cry, a technique that utilized sound waves to attack the senses of the opponents. The enemies attacked would feel as if innumerable thunder booms are ringing inside their ears and minds. When cultivated to perfection, there is a small probability of affecting the soul realm of the target. From the summary alone, there is no doubt that the technique isn't suited to be of high rank, that is unless, it's very difficult to comprehend. Zhao Wei mused silently. You have already chosen your techniques, I see. I am honestly curious of what you have chosen. Elder Zhao couldn't hide his avidity as he quickly took the 3 jade tokens off Zhao Wei's outstretched hands. I can't believe it. You Elder Zhao exclaimed before stopping mid-sentence. Old man, can you stop overreacting just for once? Zhao Wei rolled his eyes at Elder Zhao who was intensely looking through the jade tokens he had chosen. Relentless tornado kicks. Freezing ice spear technique. Overworld thunder cry. Those 3 techniques are very difficult to comprehend and require one to have deep comprehension of martial arts. Young man. Elder Zhao sighed in defeat after remembering that the person standing before him was already a freak of nature. A person of mystery that could look at you and you would feel as if everything about your existence has been entirely exposed. Ah, forget it. I believe you can just pull off what many couldn't. Elder Zhao laughed at himself. That brat Zhao Linglong wouldn't stand a chance against you if you master any of the 3 techniques, Elder Zhao praised. You are surely jesting, Elder Zhao. You are overestimating my capabilities. How can I hope to shake the position of a young dragon like Zhao Linglong, the future of the Zhao clan? Zhao Wei laughed with a self-deprecating smile on his face, but Elder Zhao failed to catch on to the hidden sarcasm in his tone. Stop being unnecessarily humble and have some confidence in yourself. Elder Zhao patted his shoulder before going and disappearing into a hidden room, probably where they stored the true copies of all the skills on the second floor. A few moments later, Elder Zhao returned with 3 old books on his hand. Here. Elder Zhao placed the 3 books on Zhao Wei's hands. Zhao Wei quickly started going through the 3 books individually. In a matter of seconds, he had already finished imprinting everything inside neural circuitry. Finished already? Elder Zhao tried not to act surprised and only smiled foolishly. I think so. It isn't anything special. Zhao Wei replied nonchalantly while returning the books back to Elder Zhao. It isn't anything special. Young man, don't force my hand cause I will spank your cocky ass for nearly making me puke blood. Elder Zhao silently grieved as he tried to restrain his growing aggravation from spilling out of his mouth. Who memorized 3 big books in a matter of seconds? Elder Zhao, your face isn't looking good. Are you sick by any chance? Zhao Wei looked innocent as he asked in a concerned voice. It's nothing. Elder Zhao replied after recomposing himself. Can I take my leave then? Elder Zhao gestured his hands in dismissal as if shooing a terrifying wolf in sheep's clothing. And never come back here to cause me unnecessary shock and distress. Unknown to him, as Zhao Wei turned around to walk away, a cheeky smile adorned his face. Old man, you are truly resilient to hold on to that blood rising in your throat, hee. Chapter 30, Freezing Ice Spear Technique. Another bout of training. Zhao Wei animatedly stretched his arms causing cracking sounds to emanate. The training arcs never end unless you are supremely transcendental all-powerful motherfucking immortal. He then joked lightly while rotating his neck from his left shoulder to the right while also flexing and relaxing their muscles. All people yearn for immortality, even in my past life. A scant few scientists were crazily invested in trying to understand the exotic biology of nature's favored organisms like the immortal jellyfish or even lobster to decode small secrets of the realm of God. The cultivation world is even more extreme in the pursuit of immortality due to the existence of lawlessness and rules of the jungle. No one really wanted to die. Even hidden within themselves, people would never shun away the window of opportunity to be immortal. Immortality, what a good goal for one to strive for, Zhao Wei thought with a casual smile on his face. But immortality was just a side quest of what he pursued in his grand quest. It wasn't exactly unachievable, that was the spirit needed to realize it. An unwavering heart and spirit. Eternal life was not meant for all but for those who would rise above all hardships, setbacks, and crises. Many small things have changed from the original canon events and probably more are to come. Some may be within my realm of expectations while some may not. I will just have to depend on my wits, strength, and luck. Zhao Wei rubbed his chin while walking in circles. I have roughly around 2 months before the start of the convention of geniuses from Sun Feather City's 4 big families. That period is enough for me to do a lot of things. He analyzed carefully. After that, Zhao Wei began his serious training. First, he decided to start with the freezing ice spear technique. The mnemonics of the technique were lucidly imprinted in his mind and he could easily remember everything on how to cultivate it. The freezing ice spear technique had 4 levels. The first level was named. It was all about turning your inner strength into ice energy. But that didn't mean that it was going to be easy and smooth sailing. Even one single mistake would easily spell death for the practitioner. If one didn't circulate their inner strength as carefully and precisely as per the technique, they would inevitably freeze their blood vessels, energy vessels, and even their hearts. This essentially made the freezing ice spear technique a suicidal method of cultivation. It really had strict conditions that only served to increase its difficulty. But this sort of difficulty didn't mean shit to Zhao Wei. What he didn't lack was comprehension. His comprehension was monstrous and although his control over his inner strength wasn't sublime yet, it could still be considered nothing short of genius. Sitting in a lotus position, Zhao Wei then closed his eyes. Breath in, breathe out, Zhao Wei took deep, rhythmic breaths before he started meditating. His hands were cupped against each other with all the fingers laced except for his thumbs that touched each other. This could be said to be a cultivation gesture. From his danshan to his energy pathways, Zhao Wei began circulating his attributeless inner strength as illustrated in the freezing ice spear technique. Milliseconds passed. Seconds passed. Minutes passed. An hour later, from his hands, the golden luster of his attributeless inner strength started transforming into snowy white ice inner strength. Zhao Wei could feel it. The severe coldness formed in his hands. If one had a weak physique, then their hands would have been mercilessly frozen without a doubt. Zhao Wei's physical body could resist the extremely low temperatures, not to say nothing about high temperatures. He couldn't suffer from frostbite. Opening his eyes, Zhao Wei glared at the small block of ice lodged between his hands and smiled. First level no more. The second level would be even easier, followed by the others subsequently. Crack! Zhao Wei then casually pressed the super hard block of ice against his hands before it completely shattered into little ice crystals that fell on the ground. Watching the little ice crystals on the ground, Zhao Wei suddenly started reminiscing. Icemen, the frozen cloud fairies, Hee, Elsa, Esteth, Jack Frost. He absent-mindedly started thinking about the characters that attacked through using the power of ice. There were only a few famous ones that he could remember. Zhao Wei knew about Elsa and Jack Frost from his childhood days. Was there really a child that didn't like the wonderful world of Disney? Esteth, she was. It was better to leave her alone. She was just, never mind. The anime nerds knew her oh too well. A waifu worth simping for. The type those horny teens and men alike would gladly fantasize and allow themselves to be stepped on by a silky soft stocking wrapped alluring. Thick. Only the cultured minds knew what Zhao Wei was thinking. But Zhao Wei wasn't the type to be stepped on or dominated. Frozen cloud fairies, the jade beauties from Against the Gods, are a hot topic in almost all fanfictions. There are must-harem members for most protagonists. You can't just leave jade beauties that have transcended beauty like Xiaoqingyu and Chu Yueshan alone. Gotta pick 'em all. Zhao Wei laughed as he remembered some of the funny harem fanfictions that he had read in his previous earthly life. After that short break of reminiscence, Zhao Wei continued cultivating the next level. The second level needed the practitioner to use a weapon, and of course, it had to be the spear. The second level was titled. It emphasized on the usage of the snow ice inner strength when attacking. According to the technique, one had to coat the spearhead with the icy inner strength and then contain it. When attacking, one had to be as light as a feather before releasing the contained icy inner strength on the opponent like a disastrous avalanche and freezing them. The second level was all about control and precision. Zhao Wei wielded a spear and started practicing according to the technique. His attacks were simple and refined, devoid of any unnecessary movements as he heavily thrusted the spear at the air. The air cried in resistance due to the force of his attacks. When Zhao Wei saw a nearby tree, he then marked it as his training dummy. From his hands, he carefully channeled the icy inner strength through the shaft of the spear and finally to the head, and without warning, he stabbed at the thick bark of the tree. The tree was like tofu as he easily penetrated through its bark and into its stem, and in that instant, he released all that pent-up icy inner strength. Shaa. Multiple 1-meter-long ice spikes protruded omnidirectionally from the stem and ultimately caused the upper part of the tree to momentarily fall. The lower part became solidly frozen. Now this is what I call an instant kill. If this isn't despair to my enemies, then what is? Zhao Wei felt satisfied with the effects of the second level of the freezing ice spear technique. He then practiced for a few times before he felt comfortable with the style. The third level was an area of effect move. By stabbing the weapon into the earth, within a certain small radius around the user, the opponents will be assaulted by the barrage of icy spikes emanating from the ground. This move was the second most difficult and had a delay period before the results were seen. It also consumed a lot of inner strength, and enemies with keen senses could easily avoid being impaled from the ground. The earth below had moisture, and by using icy inner strength, the practitioner would transfer all that energy within a small radius, thus lowering the underground temperatures to be able to create the icy spikes. It was truly worthy of being called the. Zhao Wei easily found a way to cheat his way through the slow activation due to his high comprehension abilities and imagination. By the end of the day, Zhao Wei mastered the final level and therefore comprehending freezing ice spear technique to the grand perfection realm. Chapter 31, Nowhere to hide his face. Projection of the icy inner strength outside one's physical body and then transforming it into numerous ice spears that can easily attack through the air like a martial master. The number of ice spears formed is highly dependent on one's inner strength reserves. Above Zhao Wei's head were 5 perfectly sculptured ice spears radiating extremely low temperatures. And with a thought, he released. He didn't withhold anything. Once again, another tree suffered a cruel fate. Zhao Wei seemed to be wantonly destroying a part of nature that couldn't fight back. Shwa! 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 An ancient tree, the size of 5 men combined, was uprooted from its pillar of support, the earth. Impaled from all sides, the tree that had lived for possibly thousands of years had had its heritage and life shattered effortlessly just like a flimsy piece of glass. Zhao Wei condensed another ice spear and aimed at a 2 meters long boulder. Say about unconventionality, but was it really so? Ice is considered not stronger than steel or most metals. But that only applies when the temperatures aren't lowered enough. Under considerably lower temperatures, ice can even shatter steel, and remember we have yet to reach the domain of absolute zero. Ice frozen near absolute zero temperatures is already hard enough to break through the toughest metal. Bang! The 2-meter-long boulder was easily fragmented into innumerable little rock particles. Well, it's not like science is viable in the cultivation world, a world of extreme fantasy. Zhao Wei thought. With freezing ice spear technique now perfected, Zhao Wei became confident enough in battling a martial master, but he didn't have an estimate of his exact limits. He had never been forced into a tight spot by anyone. The azure-eyed hyena didn't exactly count since he had intentionally evaded it. In the next 3 days, Zhao Wei trained in the freezing ice spear technique, familiarizing himself with various fighting styles. He also came to realize that the technique's versatility wasn't only limited to spears, and he could shape them into arrows, swords, halberds, and many others, but mixing them up proved demanding to his mind. It could easily tire him out in a matter of seconds. The time needed to visualize the different weapons was long, and no enemy was really out of their mind to try in giving their opponents breathing space unless they were stupid or overconfident in their own abilities. Zhao Wei felt that it was better to just use one type of weapon, but he was confident that with enough practice he could easily pull a watered-down version of the Gates of Babylon. Using another day dedicated to just one thing, Zhao Wei really made it happen. He practiced until he made it perfect. He then trained and gained insights in the relentless tornado kicks for another 3 days. The first form was about forming a wind blade or elemental wind-cutting blade that could cut through hard rocks like a knife slicing through butter. It also essentially strengthened the sharpness and lethality of kicks. A kick to the neck was enough to separate the head from the rest of the body with enough surgical precision. The second form, azure winds gliding through the clouds, massively boosted his speed to a terrific level. It was kind of unexpected to find a movement skill within an attack-type skill. It easily blended with the instantaneous lightning movement to form a perfect combo of wind and lightning. Due to fearing the effects of the third and final form, Zhao Wei used the sky cloud forest as a training ground where he caused devastating large amounts of deforestation and massacre. He then used another 2 days to train the overworld thunder cry to perfection and used the demonic beasts as his guinea pigs. It could be said that Zhao Wei had already used about 9 days to train 3 difficult techniques to grand perfection. He then stayed in the sky cloud forest for about 3 days to maim, kill, and cause a continuous cycle of despair. 12 days passed just like that, and Zhao Wei returned to the clan since there was no need to stay any longer in sky cloud forest. Boredom for yours truly is truly a sin, and I am still not someone with millions worth of lifespan, task tisk. Zhao Wei dejectedly sighed as he lazily swung on the fiber hammock tightly tied to 2 sturdy trees. What am I supposed to do now? Man, if I had the complete spiritual race bloodline I wouldn't have to think about my cultivation and sleep for decades so as to just skip a couple of realms before knowing it. Maybe I should take up calligraphy or something like those genius Confucian main characters. Zhao Wei touched his chin while thinking. Without further thoughts, he rushed to Sunfeather City and bought some white canvases, calligraphy pen, ink, paint and drawing pen. First, Zhao Wei tried to do calligraphy. Holding the pen in his hands, he dipped it into the tin containing pure black ink before starting to scribble. A few moments later, Zhao Wei suffered emotional damage. "The fuck's happening?" Zhao Wei lamented and tearlessly cried. On the white canvas was barely readable penmanship, a testimony of him sucking at the so-called calligraphy. How do those main characters pull it off within 2 chapters even to the point of earning praises from seasoned pros? Those guys can easily form some sort of Dao intent despite it being their first time ever indulging in calligraphy. A/N, LOL, you know them. Hi, life's so unfair. I truly suck at a must-have skill for the supremely handsome Jade MCS that could easily melt even the coldest of ice beauties. He jokingly whined. Zhao Wei then tried to draw next after his first attempt to find some hobby failed, that is, apart from cooking. A few moments later, stickman figures could be seen drawn on the canvas, one with a short to represent the male and one with a skirt to represent the female. And they were holding hands. Speechless. Zhao Wei was speechless. He didn't know why but he just found himself drawing that weird childish stuff. Now this is what I call gaining insights from the drawings of a reincarnated immortal emperor. Without a doubt, Zhao Wei also sucked at drawing. This was probably only going to change after experiencing hundreds to thousands of years worth of experience to be able to enlighten a chicken with a drawing. It was then. Pfft. Ha ha ha. He 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 he. Pooh ha ha ha. A clear, cute, melodious laughter resounded over Zhao Wei's downer moment, adding more sourness and sadness to his already depressed state. Someone saw what they shouldn't have seen. They probably needed to be silenced effectively. Zhao Wei was even more embarrassed when his image suffered some damage. This junior pays respect to the most exalted immortal emperor, he he he. Deplorable incel, did you have to add insult to injury like that? Zhao Wei had nowhere to hide his face. Chapter 32, No one can dictate your worth. Who are you laughing at, brat? Zhao Wei rubbed the bridge of his nose with an embarrassed expression on his face. His stern gaze intently locked on the scoundrel bursting her lungs off without a care in the world. Bahaha. I really can't. Pfft. What's wrong with her? Zhao Wei arched an eyebrow. It seems my words didn't get to her. They entered her left ear and exited on the other one. This is truly troublesome, he then sighed helplessly inside his mind. When she had decided to return to his living quarters, Xiaoyui reckoned she had only acted on impulse. He had been harsh to her. Extremely cruel and ruthless. Cold. She was merely 15 years of age, her maiden heart was still soft and brittle like glass. Untempered. Yet she had still experienced her first heartbreak indirectly from a young man. If the man who didn't want to involve her in his life said so, then what exactly was she doing there? Xiaoyui didn't know. It was her own reformed resolve that had pushed her to such a decision. Zhao Wei's words hadn't truly deterred her from doing whatever she wanted. She had known going back to his home was being shameless, but the universe should just allow her to embrace shamelessness just for once. A newfound fire now blazed deep within her heart. The new changes had triggered her own breakthrough. From the peak of the 4th rank to the 5th rank, the transition had been smoother and unhindered. She had remembered how his grandpa had been super worried when he had seen her messy state. With just a glance, he had known the root cause of her distress but hadn't made any effort to pity her or offer her words of consolation. The sharpness of Xiaoyui's determined gaze and fighting spirit had made him stop in his tracks and only watch her from afar. He had witnessed the start of the inevitable rise of a phoenix. And when Xiaoyui had taken another step in her cultivation and broke through, he had been thoroughly convinced. Not like he didn't know the uniqueness of his own granddaughter. "All right, I am truly sorry for laughing at you, O immortal emperor." Xiaoyui struggled to speak out an unimpactful apology as she used her knuckles to rub the little beads of tears from the corners of her eyes. Zhao Wei threw the drawing brush away in feigned anger and annoyance as he looked at Xiaoyui. "Have you already laughed enough?" "Ah, I am good. I am good. I showed you such an unsightly image of myself." Xiaoyui smiled widely, her current self more vibrant and quite unrestrained, unlike her previous meek self. "I am surprised that you have the heart and guts to return here after what happened," Zhao Wei said expressionlessly as he walked towards the makeshift table and picked up a small cup of tea. He then lifted the small cup toward Xiaoyui. "Do you want some?" Xiaoyui waved her hand downward. "I am not a tea lover." She then slowly walked to the painting and absent-mindedly stared at it like it was some lost ancient art. "And I dare return since I have had my eyes opened for once." Zhao Wei paused the hand holding the cup of freshly brewed tea midway as the steam gently warmed his face. "Women," he muttered before taking a modest sip. "What did you say?" Xiaoyui asked with puzzlement written on her beautiful face. "Nothing." Zhao Wei hid his expression as he took another sip while savoring the freshness of a well-cultivated tea. "She seems more confident and free. Did my previous words, by chance, come off as a motivational speech to her?" "It can't be. If it's like that, then it seems I have earned myself another headache-inducing situation. It seems you are like a rarely seen talent in arts and drawing that only appears once in every 100 years. Who would have guessed that the oh-so-are perfect in everything also sucked at certain things?" A sarcastic smile adorned Xiaoyui's pink lips as she traced her pinky finger along the lines of the stick figures. "So that's how you perceived me. I feel flattered that the image you have of me is that great." Zhao Wei raised his cup at her before taking the last swig and gently placed the cup on the table. "Phew," he then exhaled in a relaxed manner and put his hands behind his back. "So little girl. I will feel offended if you call me little girl once again. At my current state, it surely comes off as condescending. I want to be always addressed as an equal." Xiaoyui turned her head and ferociously glared at Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei didn't take her attitude to heart and went to stand next to her. Her valiant and domineering persona visibly shook when he accidentally brushed his shoulder against hers. "An equal, you say?" "Hui." Zhao Wei mused without looking at her. "An equal?" He touched his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. "You know equality is an illusion. People can never be truly equal in the grand scheme of matters. If you want others to treat you as an equal, then you have to increase your value and worth, which only you can understand. Only yourself can realize your own worth and nobody can dictate it. Isn't that right, Yufei? I really can't stop being awed by your ideologies. You are always a strange one." Xiaoyui nodded in agreement as she lightly brushed a loose strand of her silky hair behind her small, cute ear. "But I have an inkling that you have never deemed me as an equal, right? I honestly wouldn't be surprised." She then sighed with a little sadness hidden within her angelic voice. "That. You are not wrong. I have never viewed anyone as an equal. No one has so far given me a reason to show them my sincere respect." Zhao Wei didn't deny her claim and honestly replied. Xiaoyui looked at him with a defeated expression. "I am insanely arrogant, I know it very well." Zhao Wei interjected. "Wouldn't it seem ridiculous if I treat those weaker than me as equals or something along the lines? Just call it pride. I think I am getting to know who you really slowly by slowly, even if I have just barely scratched the surface." Xiaoyui flashed him a bright smile that seemed to eclipse the beauty of nature. "So that means that if you want me to treat you as an equal, grow stronger than me and then senselessly beat me up." Zhao Wei chuckled. It sounded like an impossibility, coming off his tongue. Fighting intent started showing and shining brighter in her pristine eyes. "Humph, I will handle you at any time of the day since I have now broken through." Xiaoyui released her true cultivation and tried to intimidate Zhao Wei. The waters of the sea have different sea levels, and the deeper one goes below the water surface, the higher the pressure. Zhao Wei was a person that categorically belonged to the depths of the sea, since his inner strength was basically thicker and stronger than Xiaoyui's. The water pressure of anything that belonged above the deepest level of the sea can't cause any waves to someone like Zhao Wei. Her intimidation was like that of a cute kitten to a Siberian tiger. "I will humor you then," Zhao Wei confidently said. "Don't cry after this." Xiaoyui bared her fangs. "We will see." Chapter 33, Blazing Solar Finger. "Even though you have improved significantly, you are still weaker than me, it seems." Zhao Wei taunted as he clasped his hands behind his head. "You really took my previous lousy teaching to heart and practiced everything I said without leaving anything out. Huff, your mouth never ceases to irk me. Can you for once put a filter on it?" Xiaoyui grumbled in defeat as she laid on the inclined chair in a quite unladylike posture. They had just had a one-on-one battle spar, but the results had been pretty much expected. It had been a one-sided beatdown, with Zhao Wei being the one pulling his punches. "Now I am not gonna sleep well tonight," Xiaoyui slowly said in a voice full of frustration. As expected of a damsel in distress. Zhao Wei chortled. Upon hearing his snarky remark, Xiaoyui promptly adjusted her posture and shot him a withering glare. "I am going. I have already caught on to what you are implying. I now have a faint grasp of your inner thoughts." Xiaoyui rose up from her seat with a new kind of realization settling in her eyes. Zhao Wei looked at her in curiosity. He hadn't expected his words to cause such an unexpected reaction from her. "Then tell me what my inner thoughts are." Xiaoyui's lips gently curved into a delightful, refreshing smile, revealing a pair of adorable dimples on her cheeks. Island. A secret. I now know what I am supposed to do." She then elegantly glided past him, leaving behind a trace of her exquisite fragrance that subtly captivated his senses. Zhao Wei had a dumbfounded expression on his face. "Well, I don't know how to respond to that." "You aren't supposed to," she stated, her slender form fading into the distance. Zhao Wei didn't turn his gaze to look at her leaving. He didn't need to. By the way, the change in her demeanor isn't just about her new mindset. I think I sensed something else. Could it be that her bloodline was unexpectedly stimulated? But this shouldn't have occurred at this juncture in the timeline, Zhao Wei mused, his eyes filled with a mixture of intrigue and curiosity. I can only speculate at this point, as I haven't thoroughly examined her. If my assumptions hold true, it appears that the more I engage with the characters from the novel, the more deviations manifest. Doesn't this add an element of intrigue? Zhao Wei's eyes shifted toward the advancing darkness in the sky, a slightly manic grin adorning his features. Timeline instabilities may prove dangerous to my life, but this only serves to make me more diligent and careful in my ardent pursuance of ultimate transcendence. Zhao Wei laughed with his arms spread wide. Let it rain. And it rained that night. Not because he had the power to summon clouds, move the wind and invoke the cries of heaven, Zhao Wei had just easily predicted it from simple observation. A/N, LOL. The following day, he decided to stop playing around with paints and calligraphy and put the story behind him. There was no way his calligraphy strokes were going to have the intent of heaven like Nilis so soon. Or maybe he could try to master it faster, but that would only serve to waste his precious time. A/N, Tales of Demons and Gods protagonist. It was during the Heavenly Note and Skyblaze sect visit arc. Presently, he already has sublime understanding of relentless tornado kicks, freezing ice spear technique, and overworld thunder cry, and he is able to use them efficiently. Why the hell did they name it when its attacks don't affect the structure of space in any way? Zhao Wei wondered as he sat cross-legged in his garden. He was about to gain some insights from both the utilization of the end, when this random thought settled in his mind. What am I thinking? The names of cultivation techniques often don't directly correspond to their effects in most cultivation worlds, Zhao Wei muttered, shaking his head and face-palming in self-amusement. Zhao Wei then steadied his breath, closed his eyes and entered a state of concentration. In his thoughts, he attempted to recall how Xiao Fang had employed the technique in the novel. Fortunately, while he couldn't recall every intricate detail, he grasped the fundamental essence of the skill, the harnessing of intensely condensed penetrating power. The primordial stellar energy body refining art primarily used the celestial energies of the sun, moon, and stars to strengthen the physique. It was a passive skill that could strengthen the body at any time of the day, even when he was sleeping. But it had slow progression, which really wasn't a worrisome matter to Zhao Wei. If the energies of the moon, sun, and stars were at his disposal, then he would use his ingenuity to create a simple attack technique centered around them. The blazing solar radiations from the sun descended on his body, making him look an eternal blazing sun. His skin seemed to alternate between hot red and then returning to normal. He absorbed everything according to the method of the primordial stellar energy body refining art. From his pores, through his vessels and then finally to his cells, Zhao Wei increased the number of stars inside them to a whopping 50 million. His previous number when he had been in the blood-red python's cave had been 15 million. The number of illusory stars had continued to steadily rise as his cultivation strength also increased, plus the passive boost. But the fact still remained that the 50 million illusory stars were still a long way from 37.2 trillions. Zhao Wei guided the fiery hot sun, yang, energies through his energy pathways to his fingers, and then he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes appeared to hold two miniature suns, emitting a radiant golden glow that could illuminate the entirety of existence for eternity. He concentrated the hot sun energies into his index finger and pointed at a nearby rock. Blazing solar finger. Shuiying. And he released the energies that shot in a straight line like a laser beam and bore a hole through the rock unobstructedly. Within seconds, molten magma began to ooze from the opening, its fiery red droplets splattering onto the ground below. This killer move is quite destructive, but the enemy needs to be immobilized or be caught unaware. If these conditions aren't met, it would be quite easy to anticipate the attack. Zhao Wei analyzed. But the enemies capable of evading this technique that's faster than the speed of sound aren't going to be many at this point of my journey. Then unless it's light speed or refractive. His eyes shone in enlightenment. Light speed was impossible at the moment, but the other option. If blazing solar finger could bend and be unpredictable, then his opponents could only despair. Just like Darkseid's Omega beams but from the finger. Zhao Wei then made multiple attempts to manipulate the shimmering beam of blazing solar finger. Sadly, it wasn't as easy as it seemed. Hypothetically, there was this matter of his attack losing some of its speed if he messed with its trajectory. If he wanted his attack to be unpredictable, then he would have to understand more about the transformation state. If Zhao Wei could successfully master the blazing solar finger of the unknown rank to its utmost potential, it had the potential to become a truly phenomenal technique. Meanwhile, the yearly Genius Summit held by the Chu clan was slowly nearing, but Zhao Wei wasn't sure when. But he had a feeling it was going to be pretty soon. Chapter 34, Genius Summit, I. Inside certain fresh quarters of the Zhao clan, a figure could be seen practicing martial arts. One moment he was at one place, but in the next, his shadowy figure appeared at another. He gave the illusion that the very air swallowed him completely and temporarily before spitting him out at any given place he wished for. From an outside perspective, it could also be seen as if the figure was dabbling with the rare element of space to almost instantly appear at any place, but that wasn't really the case. The masculine figure was naturally Zhao Wei, and he wasn't dabbling with the spatial element or illusions, but playing with shadows. Zhao Wei suddenly appeared from a dreary shadow and then aimed his index finger as if he was aiming an M9 against an unknown opponent. He had his left eye comically closed even though he didn't need to do so. Then he murmured almost inaudibly. Bang! From his finger, hot solar energies coalesced to create a powerful concentrated beam that went out of his fingers to become a separate existence. It was widely known on Earth that anything that has light attributes can only travel in a straight line, but in a fantastical world of imagination weaved from the creativity of a human, physics and logic don't always apply. The powerful sunbeam radiating extremely high temperatures that could easily melt the hardest and most resilient metals, effortlessly cleaved a 10-meter-long fissure on the ground before setting its eyes at a target. It was a tree standing opposite to Zhao Wei. If the tree had thoughts like humans, at that moment it should have had its lifetime experiences flashing before its very eyes as it indignantly waited for death to claim it. But luckily, the expected didn't happen, causing the old tree to sigh in utmost relief and offer its eternal gratitude to the deities above, as the beam of death redirected its initial intention of sending it to meet Meng Po to Zhao Wei. Weighing. At that very moment when the destructive solar beam seamlessly changed its scientifically and eternally known path, a subtle happy smile made its way on Zhao Wei's lips. He had succeeded. The taste of success would always bring happiness to anyone who had been dedicated to achieve their goals, even if it meant that the success was smaller than what they had expected. Of course, such a line of thought didn't apply to everyone. Each individual was molded differently with contrasting sets of personalities. As his own meticulously planned attack made its way back to him, everything around Zhao Wei seemed to be chronically moving at a very slow pace. A mix of cerulean blue and light turquoise sparks of lightning silently danced around his form, making him seem as if he was bathing in pure lightning. He could have sought to avoid the attack, but he didn't. Waited, he did, and finally. Flowing stream. With his hands straightened like two sharp knives, Zhao Wei faced his own ultra-destructive power. Bang! With a swift, sweeping motion, Zhao Wei deflected the solar beam skyward, amplifying its destructive force. The result was a tremendous impact that bore a massive hole through the woolen clouds, dispersing them in its wake. Despite his actions, a sharp hiss of pain slipped from Zhao Wei's lips. He began to exhale cool air onto the scorched, reddened skin of his right hand in an attempt to soothe the discomfort. Feeling that it wasn't enough, he hurriedly sought for cold water to appease the stinging nuisance. Ah, that feels good! Zhao Wei moaned in relief and relaxation as steam gradually started emanating from the once cold waters. Never play with such concentrated ultra-destructive solar beams. I beg of you, the dunces out there. Zhao Wei looked up at the beautiful azure skies as if addressing an invisible audience that even himself couldn't see. His words were, in fact, just random. This will definitely leave a scar. I don't remember exactly how many times I have done this. Zhao Wei then looked at his now slowly healing skin tissues. It will be a pretty funny scenario if I ever succumb to my own attack. Praise be to my defenses. He half chuckled dryly while staring absent-mindedly at the empty air as he continued with a heavy tone. Time is like the flowing waters of a river, hurriedly gliding forward without a care of the changes happening around the universe. Zhao Wei then released a sigh. It's already been almost 4 months since I arrived in the fan universe. Anyway, why am I talking as if I have lived for a couple of 100 years already? Zhao Wei then turned his head towards the entrance to his training grounds when he sensed someone approaching. He concentrated his sight, and when he saw the attire worn by the person coming to his quarters, he withdrew his gaze. So it has arrived. Greetings to young Master Zhao Wei. The young maidservant bowed down her head respectfully as she addressed Zhao Wei. She really seemed to embody her role very perfectly. In her scar-ridden young hands, she carefully held an azure-colored envelope that was well sealed. Zhao Wei nodded calmly. I have been sent to give you this invite, young master. The maidservant politely spoke while she extended the envelope to him. Her eyes were still glued to the ground, still looking anywhere but him. Zhao Wei took the envelope from her hands before dismissing her. He could clearly hear her furiously palpitating heartbeat even though she had made utmost efforts to maintain her facial expressions and breathing. Zhao Wei wondered what was wrong with her, but he didn't bother to unnecessarily think about a clan servant. Well, if it isn't the invitation from none other than the renowned belle of Sun Feather City, Chu Menjiu. A name that resonates as one of the 4 eminent prodigies of this illustrious city. Zhao Wei lightly smiled as he tore the seal holding the invite and nonchalantly read through everything before putting it inside his pocket. The venue and time of the Genius Summit were all recorded inside the invite. I am now assured that the long guy doesn't have me in his radar like how he previously had it for Xiao Fang. This invite is a perfect example. But I wonder why. Zhao Wei mused with a quizzical look on his face. Or maybe he doesn't feel that I am that much of a threat to him. I bet he's thinking along the lines he's an insignificant ant, an ant like him won't make any waves, I am special and he's just an ordinary side branch trash, whatever I, Zhao Linglong, set eyes on is going to be eventually mine for the taking. Zhao Wei came up with a few of the possible voice lines that Zhao Linglong could ever come up with. As long as he stays within his lane, I don't think I would even bother to register his existence. A cold and calculative glint momentarily flashed in his dark eyes. After that, Zhao Wei decided to start his journey to the Chu clan's territory. Just as he was about to. "Brother Wei!" A soft feminine voice called out to him. "Oh shit, here we go again," Zhao Wei facepalmed himself. Anyway, he couldn't help but anticipate the meeting with other geniuses of Sun Feather City. After all, a reincarnated former God Lord would be present in the Genius Summit. And not just any genius but a peerless genius with a former terrifying giant god bloodline. Chapter 35, Genius Summit, 2. I presume you have just gotten your invitation to attend the yearly convergence of Sun Feather City's talented youths, Xiaoyui remarked, her confident smile initiating a conversation as soon as she spotted Zhao Wei emerging from his quarters. "I guess so. It was just a few moments ago. What about you?" Zhao Wei responded blandly as he walked out with unhurried steps. Xiaoyui followed him and tried to match his pace by trailing alongside him. With her gradually growing confidence due to her recent changes in mentality and worldview, her prior shy personality was also slowly being dissolved. To her, Zhao Wei had been just the trigger needed to wake her up to reality. "I received mine this morning," Xiaoyui replied, casting a brief sidelong glance at him. She didn't mind his blandness at all. Over time, she had grown accustomed to some of his various quirks and personalities. She is like a boomerang, Zhao Wei thought, even if she is thrown away, she would find ways to return to the thrower. But I don't need boomerangs. It's not my choice of weapon. It's a pity that she's currently more confident and headstrong. What sort of character development is she experiencing, I wonder? Zhao Wei had already used his eyes' abilities to scrutinize Xiaoyui's body, and the slight changes that had in her bloodline only served to confirm his initial guesses. It was within his realm of situational acceptance. "Aren't you curious about the Genius Summit and the city's most beautiful girl, Chu Menjiu, who also happens to be a great beauty with strength?" Xiaoyui asked in curiosity, her beautiful eyes searching for any sort of response from the slightly detached young man. From the corners of her eyes, she could see it. Ah, the solitude of the young man. What lies behind his unpredictable and cold exterior? Beyond that veil, did he have any sort of insecurities like herself? Xiaoyui recognized that Zhao Wei shared the same human essence as herself, yet there were moments when he seemed to transcend his humanity, emanating an aura that bordered on the realm of the otherworldly. Unfeeling and detached. "I am naturally looking forward to the Genius Summit. I just don't want to be disappointed for having high expectations for the various talented geniuses from the three great families." Zhao Wei spoke distractedly as he looked at the vastness of the cerulean skies while the golden orb slowly but surely tried to escape toward the horizons. Time had been moving faster than expected. Removing his distracted gaze from the beauty of nature, his eyes descended on Xiaoyui's face, who looked somehow pissed, but she tried her best to hide it behind a facade of a fake smile. Zhao Wei chuckled inside his mind as he had already seen through her. To say that I am not curious about the way she looks would be lying. A woman undisputedly praised by all, makes me wonder if her reputation is as it is. I have never been one to care about looks, but to me, Yui hold more potential in that department than her. If I am walking beside a beautiful piece of art, then would there be a need to look for one with baseless rumors? You should have more confidence. I know everything about you. At that moment, a sagely aura seemed to have pervaded every sinew of his being, making him look like the epitome of wisdom. How do you expect me to react when you say such careless words to a woman? You are making me all shy and happy with such cheesy words. Cute dimples inevitably formed on her soft cheeks as her spellbinding lips curved into the most breathtaking smile that she had never shown to anyone ever since her arrival at the main branch of the Zhao clan. I didn't know that he is also capable of complimenting others. Does this mean that he's finally started to slowly open up to me? Or I am just overthinking and it really didn't mean anything to him? Humph, knowing him I bet it's the latter. He's being unpredictable once again. I just don't know what words to anticipate from him. The cool breeze of a falling night brushed past her well-embroidered silky purple dress made out of the finest materials that you could ever in Sun Feather City. Xiaoyui breathed in the evening air. It smelled of freshness, the earth, and wood. She felt happy and rejuvenated. After all, she was enjoying a stroll with the one man she admired and had unknown feelings for. A man who viewed her not as an asset but a liability that would only make his ambitions lag behind. A man who had a realistic approach toward matters of the world, according to her. I can't wait to see your performance against the well-known four great geniuses. I wonder if you are still going to hold back like you always do while sparring against me. Xiaoyui casually asked as they neared the Zhao clan's main gate. The other Zhao clan participants invited by Chu Menjiu seemed to have arrived earlier than them. Zhao Wei stayed silent and pondered how to reply to Yufi's question. I don't think that will happen. Zhao Wei flashed her a mysterious grin which made her heart skip a beat. Zhao Yufei avoided his gaze and harumphed before leaving him behind to hide her own bashfulness. But someone didn't take this well. Zhao Linglong didn't like other males being involved with what he had already marked. Only he, Zhao Linglong, could make the women fancied by him to put a smile on their faces. The ones standing next to him, Zhao Qi, Xiao Fang, Zhao Qin, and Zhao Han saw the anger and jealousy being suppressed on Zhao Linglong's face and they couldn't help but feel satisfied. Prior to the two's arrival, Zhao Linglong had been intentionally suppressing them with his innate overbearingness and sixth-rank martial aura. Although someone like Zhao Feng could easily offset such trivialities with his left god eye, he hadn't been impressed by his conduct and one above all attitude. Seeing him lose some chunks of his face was certainly going to be a source of happiness for them. Sister Yufei, I have been waiting for you. Zhao Linglong put on a loving and caring attitude as he addressed Zhao Yufei in a softer tone. As for Zhao Wei, Zhao Linglong totally ignored his existence. He didn't even bother to suppress him with his aura. Zhao Wei smiled. Yes, he just smiled. There's no need for you to wait for me anymore because I am now here in flesh. Zhao Yufei said in a nonchalant tone, disregarding the unwanted cordiality that Zhao Linglong was showing to her. Zhao Linglong didn't take her reply to heart, treating it as just her being shy. Then as if he suddenly remembered something, Zhao Linglong finally came to know of Zhao Wei's existence. And you are? I kind of forgot your name. Do you even belong to our clan? I didn't mean to sound disrespectful. Zhao Linglong turned his nefarious attention to Zhao Wei, his words arrogant and demeaning. He didn't even try to hide it. The others only watched in silence. No one would normally pass up the chance to watch or spectate a free drama. Zhao Yufei could only sigh in pity and internally laughed at Zhao Linglong's blatant idiocy at trying to engage someone as dangerous as Zhao Wei. Only she knew how terrifying he was, or so she thought. Zhao Yufei didn't like the arrogant self-entitled piece of trash anyway since he liked viewing her as his own personal property. His new confidence didn't allow that. Despite Zhao Linglong's open disrespect, Zhao Wei chose calmness over impulsiveness. His face remained expressionless as his gaze locked onto Zhao Linglong's form. There's no need to worry. I certainly didn't take it to heart. Zhao Wei waved his hand in dismissal as if treating his initial words as mere jokes. There wasn't a need for him to show him any reaction that would only serve to bolster his ego and superiority. Zhao Wei didn't want to waste his time over childlike disrespect. It would be a lie to say he didn't feel like pummeling his face on the ground and continuously grind his face against a rough and sharp surface. Not getting the reaction that he wanted, Zhao Linglong scoffed with a mocking grin on his face before facing the group. I think it's high time we went to the Genius Summit. It's of course going to be at the Chu clan's territory. Let's set off immediately. Zhao Linglong explained briefly, and the atmosphere turned into one of high spirits and overwhelming battle intent. Zhao Wei subtly looked at the faces going to represent the Zhao clan while analyzing their strengths. Wow, the protagonist really knows how to reverse the situation. I can't believe he's already at the peak 5th rank. I suppose all credits still go to the ancestral Eye of Dream. Zhao Wei mused as he saw through Xiao Fang's hidden strength. But that wasn't going to be enough. After all, in the group he was the one with the highest cultivation base, leave alone his battle prowess. He was confident of taking all of them combined, but after using some of his hacks. Zhao Wei had reached the peak of the 6th rank not too long ago, but on the surface, he was a peak 5th rank martial artist. Chapter 36, Genius Summit, 3. The journey toward the venue hosting an illustrious event was rather a quiet one, except for the animated conversation coming from two distinct individuals trailing behind the entourage. Clearly, the two individuals were none other than Zhao Wei and Xiaoyui, with the latter holding the reins of the conversation. Zhao Wei didn't have any choice but to humor her enthusiasm during the course of the journey. The topic of the conversation had been initiated by her, and it was mostly about cultivation insights and roundabout questions to try to open him up. The latter, undoubtedly, was destined to meet with resounding failure. Anyway, as the two youths animatedly conversed, there was another individual who didn't like whatever he was seeing from the periphery of his vision. Zhao Linglong was green with envy when he saw how a young male, apart from himself, vibing up his prospective love interest. Her laughter, accompanied by the glimpse of those enchanting dimples reserved solely for one man, fueled an insurmountable well of hatred and malice within him. He had succumbed to the allure of an irresistible enchantress known as the Jade Beauty. And those under such a spell could even wage wars against empires in a bid to win her favor and ultimately, possess her. Bound by his role as the clan head stepson and the #1 disciple of the Zhao clan, Zhao Linglong couldn't do anything rash that could tarnish both his father's and the clan's reputation in front of the disciples he was leading. He was one to hold grudges, and what Zhao Wei was doing had already warranted him his wrath and deep-seated animosity. He wasn't going to let him go in one way or the other. Unbeknownst to Zhao Linglong, he was not the sole covert observer. Zhao Wei's vigilant gaze had been meticulously surveying their surroundings as they walked. From an outside point of view, Zhao Wei's attention seemed to be only centered around Xiaoyui and their ongoing conversations, but his eagle eyes didn't fail to capture the micro-expressions fluctuating every now and then from Zhao Linglong's face. He was hyper-aware of anything directed toward him. "Oh Zhao Linglong, as discreet as you are, in your mind you would never guess that I know you inside and out. You are a predictable fella. Even without being extra careful, I have read too much of your stereotypes to know what to expect." Zhao Wei thought in amusement. He could be compared to an eager toddler observing the path of an ant. If the toddler were to obstruct the ant's route with a tiny finger, would the ant fiercely bite back or find a way to maneuver around the hindrance and persist on its journey? The ant possessed a range of options. Zhao Linglong was precisely an ant, unaware that the toddler, him, also has an option of crushing it into a minuscule puddle of hemolymph. To what extent could his narrow-mindedness truly reach? Before long, the group caught sight of the unmistakable landmarks indicating the venue's location, a serene lake and a towering mountain standing at a height of 1,000 meters. The beautiful silvery lake embraced a tranquil nature, and its serenity was only slightly disturbed by the occasional ripples caused by the curious golden carps. What made it more beautiful was the way it encircled the verdant mountain, adding more impact to the wonders of nature. It was like something straight out of an exquisite piece of art. Even though he knew it was just a small part of the unnatural beauty of a fantastical world, Zhao Wei still captured the image in his mind like an ardent tourist. But it's still not taller than Mount Tai. Zhao Wei absent-mindedly murmured. Where is Mount Tai? It's my first time hearing of it. Xiaoyui, who happened to hear his words, curiously asked. Zhao Wei was catapulted back to reality by Yufi's curiosity. You really don't recognize Mount Tai? I don't know what to say anymore. Zhao Wei shook his head with a fake mix of pity and reverence written on his face. He then proceeded to leave her in his wake, utilizing his body's innate speed to sprint up the towering 1,000-meter mountain without resorting to the movement techniques employed by the others. Baffled by his ambiguity, Zhao Yufei could only release a helpless sigh before reluctantly following behind him. The Genius Summit, as the name suggested, was also going to be held at the peak of the mountain. It was quite ingenious of them. We have certain protocols to adhere to. You're well aware of what I mean. Kindly present your invitations. The Chu clan's young attendants stationed at the entrance obstructed the group's advancement. Their ages ranged from 18 years to 26 years, and all of them had a cultivation base of the 5th rank and above. Despite the somewhat strained relationship between the two prominent clans of Sun Feather City, the Chu clan's young members made an effort to display a semblance of respect towards outsiders. Without dilly-dallying, every attendee from the Zhao clan showcased their letter of invitation, which then facilitated their entry into the Chu clan's territory. Guided by members of the Chu clan, Zhao Wei and his companions were led to their designated pavilion. The warm reception, a customary gesture among the three clans, included a selection of beverages served by attentive servants to ease their parched throats. Zhao Wei looked around with rapt attention as he uninterestedly took a swig off a cup of traditional rice wine. Apart from the pavilion that the Zhao clan stayed, there were additional 2 others, each one of them hosting the Xin and Chu clans' talented geniuses. Are you curious about the geniuses of the other clans? Zhao Qi suddenly interrupted his tranquility. Zhao Qi was naturally proud of himself and didn't put anyone in his eyes except for those who could rival or suppress him. Essentially, he was the type to act meek and amiable toward the strong, while to those weaker than him, he acted disdainful and tough. The reason he had chosen to engage Zhao Wei in a conversation was because he had a feeling that he was already the strongest among all the Zhao clan's disciples. To him, Zhao Linglong's hegemony was certainly over. And also, he had always felt a kind of innate fear deep inside his cells whenever he faced Zhao Wei. So to overcome your fear, you have at least make it your friend. He, Zhao Qi, had come up with such a solution. Why is he acting friendly? Zhao Wei thought, but he didn't pursue it further. He had less interaction with Zhao Qi, and the only time he barely interacted with him was during the clan's tournament. Maybe he... Zhao Wei lightly nodded, giving his consent. Even though he knew what Zhao Qi already knew, there was no need to act snobbish at the moment. That one is Xin Fei and that one is Xin Tong. Zhao Qi started to casually explain their histories. Zhao Wei listened to ascertain if what he knew from the novel was as it was supposed. Sometimes, one just had to be a good listener even though they didn't need to do so. And finally, Zhao Wei saw who really fit the description of the former young master of the giant god bloodline. A peerless genius that had once reached the God Lord realm, which was publicly known as the highest realm one could ever hope to achieve. All of these achievements were from his previous before he met his demise from the hands of the ancient Soul Hall. Sitting in a meditative posture, the youth had his eyes closed in calm concentration. He was clad in ordinary grey robes that made him look simple and unsophisticated. The air around him was one of utter tranquility, as if the very nature around him was one with him. This uniqueness made him appear quite handsome. Zhao Wei didn't hide his gaze and gazed, he did. At that very moment, he kept on struggling with the urge to just straight up jump from his seat and confront the aforementioned youth in a fierce and intense battle. Because he was strong. Xin Woheng couldn't help but abruptly open his eyes when he sensed a pure and overwhelming battle intent directed toward him. There were no other feelings involved, it was just a kind of primeval and unadulterated thirst for battling a strong opponent. With his ancient eyes that had seen and experienced the vicissitudes of the river of time, Xin Woheng knew how to identify the exceptionalities of special individuals. Xin Woheng immediately knew it the moment his gaze met deep abyssal eyes that directly swallowed one's soul to a fathomless void. The unknown young Zhao clan disciple was certainly not simple, and even during his time, there weren't many geniuses that could give him such invisible pressure. The ordinary-looking Zhao youth was shrouded by an infinite layer of mysteries that proved impenetrable from his various top-tier spying techniques. Zhao Wei flashed a friendly smile while raising his cup of wine at Xin Woheng. Xin Woheng nodded in greeting, his lips mirroring the smile on Zhao Wei's face. Only themselves knew the intentions of each other. It was a shared secret between themselves. A monster has arrived. Xin Woheng commented in a voice full of surprise and intrigue and immediately closed his eyes. He didn't bother to look anywhere else. It was as if everything before his eyes except for Zhao Wei had been non-existent. The unusual yet brief exchange between the two different young men didn't escape the scrutiny of the disciples from various families. They were simply bewildered to even comment on anything for a moment. The unfamiliar Zhao clan youth was suddenly thrust into the spotlight, prompting whispers of curiosity. Who was he? Chapter 37, Genius Summit, 4. Who is that Zhao youth? I have never heard or seen him before. Never heard of him either. Anyway, doesn't he look too ordinary? Now that you mention it, I feel that there is nothing remarkable about him. He looks just like a common disciple whose name you wouldn't bother remembering. Have you heard of cannon fodders? He gives me those vibes. A nobody of importance. Re-evaluate your views first before speaking without thinking. Someone that the strongest genius of Sun Feather City comments on and reacts to, isn't going to be as simple as you might think. Behind that veil of ordinariness may be a power that's on par with or slightly behind the four great geniuses. I second your opinion. You should never judge a book just from the looks of its cover. For him to be included amongst the best of the Zhao clan's younger generation, I wonder what his position is. He should be more monstrous than Zhao Linglong, right? Didn't Xin Woheng say something like that? Tisk, we will see for ourselves during the sparring if he holds true to such an evaluation from the city's most powerful young genius. It didn't take a genius to know that Xin Woheng's momentary actions and words would cause quite an uproar among the disciples and guests from the other two pavilions. Zhao Wei unintendedly heard everything with enough clarity from his seat, but he didn't give any response and remained expressionless. He chose to engage the rice wine in his hand and continued pondering about his life. Zhao Wei's fellow disciples around him that knew him too well zipped their mouths, not commenting anything or making any effort to expose his true identity. This only served to add more suspense and mystery to his person. Only one person among the Zhao clan disciples wasn't happy about the sudden turn of events, since the spotlight he had expected to have had been stolen by Zhao Wei. Zhao Linglong quietly crushed his cup. He could hardly control the discontentment trying to burst forth from inside him. What's up with this troop of everyone now disregarding him as the number one disciple of the Zhao clan and one of the four great geniuses? Didn't he matter anymore? For how long was his face going to be blatantly smeared with shit? Zhao Linglong internally scoffed as an unrecognizable, faint cold smile formed on his mouth. I broke through to the 6th rank, which easily sets me apart from my three comrades in terms of cultivation base alone. Humph. Just wait and see how I trample on all their faces. Xin Woheng, you won't be smiling anymore this time round. The humiliation I faced in our previous clash will be paid back in full. You won't defeat me within 10 moves. The times have changed. As for you, little insignificant bastard, your moments of glory will be all for naught once you step onto that battling platform. Are you going to uphold your non-existent reputation, or are you just a poser without the necessary strength? Hehe, I would really like to watch you suffer. After all, he, Zhao Linglong, has always been the main character ever since he was born, even though he didn't remember his birth very well. Glory, honor, and women were all his to claim. If he lacked something, his father, the clan head, would always provide. In this genius summit, he was going to prove everyone wrong by having all the geniuses writhing beneath his feet. He was going to be the main character of this show, not Xin Woheng, not Zhao Wei, not anyone else. Time slowly went by, and more people continued arriving at the venue for an unforgettable showdown between various geniuses. The silvery orb standing solemnly above the inky heavens cast its dreamy lights upon the earthy expanse, making the night more beautiful, memorable, and visually impactful. The mood felt just right for a reckless poem or two, and as untalented as he was when it came to composing poems, Zhao Wei, nonetheless, rose up from his seat and unhurriedly walked up to the edge of the pavilion. He then put his hands behind his back, an action that cloaked his very being with an air of nonchalance. Under the baptism of the moon's radiance, one man sighed with emotions laced in his voice. One man, the moon's silvery radiance, and the austerity of the night perfectly melded into something poetic and beautiful. The young man wasn't beautiful, he wasn't a neck-breaker, but, at that very moment, the definition of beauty was overturned and tossed out of the window. Zhao Wei once again released an emotional sigh. I look upon the boundless skies, the silvery moon shines eternal. Up and down, I yearn and jump for the vaults of the vast heavens. Swayed like a tiny speck in the ever-blue limitless ocean, I weather through catastrophic storms and tribulations lightning. Heavens above heaven, the zenith is no longer illusory. O beautiful moon, tell me, what is living? Silence. The silence was so strong, verging on palpability. Not even a breath could be heard. But could nature truly be stopped? The night cicadas just couldn't stop chirping every now and then, which made the atmosphere even more vivid and realistic. What is living? Everyone asked themselves, either consciously or unconsciously. What is living? Wasn't such a question very easy to ask oneself? Was there really any reason for adding depth to such simplicity? Isn't living just the three basic rules: eat, shit and sleep, and cycle continues until you die? A random person in the crowd blurted without thinking, and before knowing it, the somber atmosphere was immediately replaced by bouts of resounding laughter. See, the answer wasn't that complicated. Even the poem's composer, Zhao Wei, found himself literally smiling, albeit a little bit. For he knew, whatever he had said meant nothing in the grand scheme of matters, and its fruition was only due to the setting and his changing mood. There was simply no catharsis. I didn't know that Zhao Youth could be funny. Maybe it's his innate talent, haha. Xin Woheng, who had just been woken up by the commotion and also had the chance to hear the somehow rhymeless lines from Zhao Wei, had a strange gaze on his face. He then wore a contemplative look as he briefly watched Zhao Wei's lonely back. The zenith is no longer illusory. That one line resonated with him. He had yearned for higher heights even before his untimely death. He had been once a first heaven god lord that hoped to increase his strength to the zenith to revive his slowly declining bloodline. But when man proposes, God disposes. All had failed in his previous life. But in this life, the zenith would no longer be illusory. Thank you for giving me hope. Xin Woheng, even as one who had experienced a longer life than Zhao Wei, couldn't help but look at Zhao Wei in a new light. For the young man, at least, held a semblance of life's wisdom. Xin Woheng then returned to his dormancy. Meanwhile, Xiaoyui found herself standing next to Zhao Wei. I never knew that you had something for poems. Xiaoyui didn't look at him as she flashed a breathtaking smile while staring at the beautiful moon in wonder and enthrallment. I am a man of many trades. Zhao Wei casually replied. And then, a comfortable silence set in between the two as they both reveled in the beauty of the moon's presence. What of you? If I had been one to please women, then this would have been the perfect moment to strike or say a couple of lines about the inarguable similarities between the moon and her beauty. Zhao Wei smiled internally as he briefly took a peek at Xiaoyui's unadulterated demeanor laced with the confidence of a budding woman. You sneaked a peek. A mischievous glint showed in Xiaoyui's pristine eyes as she abruptly turned to face Zhao Wei, who had his face up. I did. Zhao Wei shamelessly replied. Xiaoyui was rendered speechless for a moment. She was caught unprepared by his quick reply. "Oh, don't you find me beautiful at this moment? Didn't you think of a poem inside your mind when you stole a peek?" Xiaoyui coquettishly fluttered her exquisite dark eyelashes. "A woman's intuition is scary." Zhao Wei tsked inside his mind. "I didn't think of anything like that." Zhao Wei retorted with a straight face, controlling his facial expression to sublimity. "You are lying. Suit yourself." Zhao Yufei snorted before lightly brushing her punch against Zhao Wei's thick biceps. It was only after a moment of clarity that she realized what she had just done as a faint blush showed on her face. She had just acted on her instincts. Such intimate actions weren't supposed to be shown so easily for all to see, that was what had run inside her confident shy mind. "I didn't mean to." At that moment, Chu Menjiu has arrived. The Genius Summit's host and unsurprisingly, the most anticipated person of the event availed herself. Chapter 38, Genius Summit, v. Undoubtedly, Chu Menjiu's allure lived up to its reputation. Words felt insufficient to capture the ethereal and enchanting radiance that emanated from her exquisite and incomprehensibly beautiful appearance. The moon's silvery rays only served to soften her features, making her seem like a goddess descending forth from her godly realm as she sashayed along the red carpet. Her dark hair perfectly embodied the inky and starless heavens as they easily cascaded all the way down to her hypnotizing, slender waist that beckoned to any man present to have an urge to embrace her tightly and never let go. An air of ingrained confidence and maturity blanketed her seductive femininity, causing most of the young men present to loudly swallow their greedy saliva amidst the drop-dead silence. Her attire, a short and slightly loose-fitting red dress, gracefully accentuated the contours of her flawless figure, highlighting the alluring curves of her two towering peaks and mature sensuality that she effortlessly exuded. Her slender and fleshly legs were alluringly encapsulated by a pair of devastating black stockings, an unforgettable combination that gave rise to heat in the lower regions of some of the perverted young men. Some of the crazed ones went to the great lengths of imagining themselves as those lewd stockings, while some of them felt jealousy and envy towards them. "It should have been me." Such was the thought that collectively rang in their minds. The sages of old weren't really lying when they came up with the adage, "The Tao of culture and lewdness gives rise to unity among like-minded men." She was inherently untouchable due to the status she held, but the night's breeze proved stubborn as it defied such a notion by gently gravitating toward her and gently lifting the ends of her silky hairs. The scene was so picturesque, memorable, and had a spellbinding feel to it. Chu Menjiu's lips curved into an elegant smile as she stopped at the elevated platform in the Chu's clan pavilion. "Greetings, fellow young talents." The mellow tone of her mature voice immediately captivated the audience. It was like the cool waters of a spring flowing down a tranquil waterfall. "She really upholds her reputation, doesn't she?" Zhao Qi casually commented as he walked towards Zhao Wei and Zhao Yufei. "Isn't she the most beautiful? Additionally, she is also a powerful cultivator among the four great geniuses. Who could ever tame such a woman?" Zhao Qi crossed his arms as he looked at Chu Menjiu, who was akin to an unconquerable conquest. Zhao Yufei snorted in dissatisfaction, unhappy due to the sudden intrusion by Zhao Qi. His words also served to fuel her dissatisfaction with him. Humph! Zhao Qi also realized his blunder and could only give an embarrassed smile. Even though she also acknowledged her own beauty and uniqueness, Zhao Yufei would be lying to herself if she said she didn't get slightly jealous at all the attention that Chu Menjiu was getting. She peeked a secret glance at Zhao Wei to gauge his reaction, to see if he was under Chu Menjiu's beauty spell. Since she currently had a surface understanding of the mysterious young man, she doubted if the bastard would easily be swayed by looks easily. But all in all, Zhao Yufei still wanted to see his expression. "Do you still recall my previous words, or have you already forgotten?" Zhao Wei spoke lightly as he admired the view presented before his eyes. He also did not choose to answer Zhao Kai's question. His words were of course meant for the one trying to sneak glances at him. Zhao Yufei immediately looked sideways. Of course, she remembered, and that only filled her heart with warmth. It seems Zhao Wei's heart and mind still remains impenetrable. She thought in earnest. I should focus more on me, and he would no longer have anything to say on the day when I am stronger and more dependable. That has always been my main priority, to forever change his perception of me. Zhao Qi looked at the two, unsure of what to think about the weird relationship between Zhao Wei and Xiaoyui. He didn't mean to be gay, but there was just something about Zhao Wei despite his ordinary-looking face. A/N, LOL. To Zhao Qi, it seemed as if Xiaoyui, a swan, was the one actively pining after sausage's meat but not vice versa. This only made their unknown relationship more strange. Their relationship didn't matter to him, anyway. If he suddenly became nosy, Zhao Qi had a premonition that he would be tormented by Zhao Wei. It was a miracle that he was even talking to him like some past friend, and he was being chill with it. The Chu clan has two geniuses among the renowned four great geniuses of Sun Feather City, which makes them a tough rival of our Zhao clan. Zhao Qi started explaining to the two newbies as Chu Menjiu explained the theme and rules of the Genius Summit, even though it was common knowledge. That white-clothed youth sitting at the edge of the Chu clan's pavilion is Chu Changji, ranked 4th among the great geniuses from the previous Xin's clan Genius Summit. But with now Zhao Linglong being at the 6th rank of the martial path, this time's competition is going to be a wild one. Zhao Wei added as his eyes picked on the Chu youth being referred to. That's right. Zhao Qi agreed. Zhao Yufei, who standing at Zhao Wei's left, chuckled unintentionally. Zhao Wei arched his eyebrow at her, his face mirroring cluelessness. Zhao Qi was also the same. Seeing the looks she was being given by the two men, Zhao Yufei ceased chuckling before comically clearing her throat. I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help myself after remembering something. She offered an apologetic smile, and then she continued. We currently have many 5th rankers amongst us, but what others don't know is that we additionally have a walking calamity. A monster. Someone who would bully them. At her last words, she brazenly pointed her cute finger at Zhao Wei, making the latter to roll his eyes in response. Even though I acknowledge that you are really strong, I doubt that you will win against those 4 monsters, since I have never seen you fight seriously. Your one-move series wouldn't fare well against such geniuses. Zhao Qi aired out his honest opinion with doubts showing on his face. Zhao Qi believed Zhao Wei could beat him, but against someone like Xin Wohang or Chu Menjiu, it would be a different story. Oh, your analysis is on point. Zhao Wei only agreed expressionlessly. Zhao Qi was taken back by his honest reply, but after some time felt that whatever he had previously spoken had been logical. Seeing Zhao Wei taking a modest approach only served to give his opinion more sense. So that's how you are going to act. Zhao Yufei's lips formed an O shape. Anyway, Chu Menjiu didn't speak much and initiated the start of the Genius Summit, much to everyone's anticipation. The Genius Summit was simply about sparring and communicating with each other through martial skills, engaging where one's strength stood among Sun Feather City's younger generation. Any disciple can challenge anyone as long as they had the skills. Emerging from small rival clans, overshadowed by the prominence of the 3 great clans, 2 determined youths embarked on an event destined to resolve the long-standing grudges between their respective clans. With unwavering resolve, they confronted each other with pride on the expansive battleground at the heart of the 3 pavilions. Since there was a rule that stipulated that only those of the 4th rank could fight against each other first, the 5th rankers and those above could only act as spectators as they awaited their turns. The attention of the Genius Summit was mostly on the talented youngster with cultivation bases of the 5th rank and above from the Zhao, Chu, and Xin clans. Among the Zhao clan, all of them except for Zhao Qin were above the 4th rank, making the group a hot topic among other clans' competitors. This year's Genius Summit proved to be the one with the most 5th rankers, bringing up the hype for the upcoming spars. The spars continued until it was finally time for the main characters of the show to battle. Zhao Wei yawned in boredom as Zhao Han's brazen arrogance still hadn't been distinguished as he challenged Xin Tong from the Xin clan. If I remember well, those two shared some history. Zhao Wei reminisced as he saw the all-too-familiar cold ice palm clash against Xian Tong's strong defense. Feeling that he had stood for long, it was only for a few minutes, Zhao Wei returned to his seat. And after a few seconds, in a shared moment of synchronized intuition, Xiaoyui and Zhao Qi exchanged fleeting glances, each determined not to be the solitary figure left lingering at the pavilion's edge. Awkwardness hung in the air as both of them mirrored Zhao Wei's lead as they retraced their steps back to their respective seats. Soon enough, the battle between Zhao Han and Xian Tong was stopped by Qin Menjiu, and Xian Tong was declared victorious due to his balanced strong defense and attack, unlike Zhao Han, who prioritized head-on attacks. Even then, Xian Tong wasn't without his own flaws. He was the type to also rely much on the raw strength of his physical body, just like most body cultivators. As the sole winner left on the battle arena, Xian Tong had the autonomy of choosing anyone he wanted to spar with. Xian Tong's gaze honed in on the Zhao clan's pavilion, his eyes narrowing as they zeroed in on a particular youth who sat sprawled in his chair, legs casually splayed in a hoodlum-like manner. "I challenge you." Everyone traced Xian Tong's line of sight to Zhao Wei's shameless figure. Xian Tong's decision hadn't been reckless, but due to intrigue and curiosity toward the unfamiliar Zhao youth that easily piqued the interest of someone extremely reserved like Xian Wang, who also happened to be the most powerful and respected disciple of the Xian clan. What was so special about him? Xian Tong thought and wanted to know. And he would only know the truth after throwing fists left and right. "Okay, challenge accepted." Zhao Wei rose from his seat with a lazy smile on his face. "You don't need to take a breather, right?" he then asked in a genuine tone as he walked with his hands clasped behind his head. "Why do you sound as if I would lose to you if I am not at my most perfect state?" Xian Tong said in irritation. "I would take you on at any time of the day. Xian Wang might have praised you, but some confirmations are needed." Xian Tong cracked his fingers menacingly. Tap! Zhao Wei jumped from the edge of the pavilion to gently land on the battle arena. "Just so you know, the guys in my clan call me Kick-Ass," Zhao Wei said blandly, his inner self chuckling at his poor way of joking. "Kick-Ass? What are you talking about?" Xian Tong asked with a clueless expression on his face. Zhao Wei leisurely lowered his hands from his head, allowing them to dangle casually at his sides. "It means I kick asses like you on normal basis." Pin-drop silence ensued. And then, Chu Menjiu's crystal-clear laughter, like a refreshing stream of sound weaving through the atmosphere, followed next and broke the silence. Pfft! Xian Wang's eyes also flickered open, and he chose not to shut them again as an interesting smile formed on his lips. An uproar followed next. Wah! Chapter 39, Genius Summit, 6. Don't you find the joke so lacking? That's it even funny. For real? What's up with the new guy? He's completely sick. But his words have really spiced up the fighting atmosphere. How is Xian Tong going to react to his not-so-friendly words? Everyone couldn't wait to see how the fight would unfold. Some hoped for Zhao Wei to be taught a good lesson and learn to treat those stronger than him with respect. Some spectators were just curious about what he hid behind that ordinary facade of his. Xian Tong used one of his legs to forcefully stump on the ground, effortlessly leaving on it a few inches deep imprint of his foot. He did it to control himself, and contrary to what many had expected, Xian Tong didn't lash out like a rabies-infested mad dog. He just couldn't go around getting angry at every little thing that was said by people. Beyond the brawn, Xian Tong also held little bits of brains, and he could effectively regulate his emotions and conduct. But even then, that wasn't how he liked to do things. It didn't conform with his raw personality. Xian Tong intently looked at the ordinary youth before him. "You pass. I thought you would have reacted exaggeratively to incompetent and childish jokes like the common stereotypes. It seems you have refined your temperament quite well." Zhao Wei praised wholeheartedly. "If you hadn't, I don't think I would have to hold back." He then hid his hands inside his pockets. Let's start. I thought you would never say that. Xian Tong smiled wickedly as he flexed his fists in preparation for pounding some sense into a conceited poser. Just when Xian Tong was about to take his first step forward, he felt the brush of a soundless breeze on his neck and face. Thump. H how? H how? Wn? When did he move? How can this be? This can't be possible. It's totally unrealistic. Thump. Xian Tong's eyes widened like two saucers threatening to pop out of his eye sockets. His body suddenly felt as if it had been locked in a chronostatic bubble and he couldn't even move a single cell. Thump. Despite his seemingly frozen state, surprisingly, his heart incessantly drummed against his chest, making it the only sound echoing inside his ears. Thump. Why can't I move? Xian Tong was immensely terrified since he had never experienced such a situation. Never in his entire life. Thump. So this is what death feels like. The pungent smell of the Grim Reaper's mouth breathing down my neck. Xian Tong felt his breath hitch inside his throat and he even forgot to breathe for a moment. It felt as if the very personification of death was standing in front of him. Cold beads of perspiration trickled down his face, converging on his chin to form a substantial droplet that eventually gravitated down to the ground. Thump. The sound of the sweat droplet hitting the ground echoed in sync with the rhythm of his chilled heartbeat. Xian Tong didn't dare to even glance at Zhao Wei, as he summoned every ounce of his willpower to, at the very least, concede the spar. I admit defeat. His voice trembled at a high pitch and almost at the same time, the feeling of instant death swiftly receded from his neck. He released an extremely heavy sigh of relief as the seemingly infinite tons of heaviness that had been weighing on his body started to gradually decrease. Xian Tong suddenly felt stuffy due to the frigid sweat overflowing from his terrorized pores and making his clothes wet and saturated. He then hesitantly looked at the unfamiliar Zhao youth who was just leisurely and slowly putting his right leg down on the ground. The demonic youth still had his hands pocketed inside his robes, which made it even more mortifying and thrilling. Please, may I know your name? Xian Tong awkwardly stammered as he respectfully folded his hands in front of his body. He could already feel that his legs were almost going soft when he looked into his eyes. You spared my life, so I think I should know your name. It's Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei replied in a cool voice. Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei, even your name oozes supreme confidence and power. Zhao Wei felt that it was very cringe, but he didn't show it on in his face. He had never bothered about the meaning of his name and whatnot. Thanks once again for sparing my life. Xian Tong bowed his head wholeheartedly before struggling to return to the Xian clan's pavilion. His eyes remained unfocused and his legs unsteady as if he would fall at any time. Many eyes watched in silence as he dejectedly left the open battle platform. What had just happened? Even before a second had passed, it all had happened in an instant as if time had stopped. In one moment, Zhao Wei had been standing 10 meters away from Xian Tong, and in the next instant, before a blink could even complete, he had already executed a flawless high kick aimed at his opponent's neck. The sheer speed alone made him a good competitor against Chu Changji, who was famed to be the fastest among the 4 great geniuses. What type of technique did he use to move that fast? Has he maybe practiced a high-ranked movement technique to the peak level or grand perfection? Or maybe he has already practiced a peak-ranked movement technique to a high level. Wouldn't that make him a genius just slightly below the 4 great geniuses? Various questions and debates arose among the odd spectators. Xian Wohang abruptly rose from his meditative posture as understanding and growing intense interest showed in his eyes after observing the non-existent battle. Since every one of his movements was being watched by many due to his overwhelming strength and peculiar reputation, many wondered the cause of his reaction. Could it be that Xian Wohang also found Zhao Wei formidable? But Zhao Wei clearly hadn't shown any of his fighting prowess apart from his startling speed. His movements hadn't been fast due to a boost from a high-ranked or peak-ranked movement technique. Xian Wohang commented as he put his hands behind his back like a supreme expert. Those around him were immediately taken by a storm. Could it be a middle-ranked movement technique? Or maybe it is low-ranked one? They fervently asked, seeking to know the truth from the strongest genius. Xianwang shook his head with profundity written in his eyes. It's even not a core-ranked movement technique. Zhao Wei simply didn't use any technique to boost his speed. Zhao Linglong also happened to see Zhao Wei's performance, and even though it wasn't as impressive as his current abilities, he knew the technique which Zhao Wei had used to kick at Xian Tong. That's the relentless tornado kicks, a peak-ranked leg technique. Zhao Linglong announced with arrogance in his words. There was no way he can move like that without the use of a proper high-ranked technique. He then cast a gloating look toward Xianwang as if he had already anticipated Xianwang's thought process. Some of the truly knowledgeable Zhao clan's talented youths like Zhao Qin and Zhao Qi also found Zhao Linglong's opinion to be plausible, since they also knew of the technique. I can't refute that the kick that he had used was a technique, but I really don't remember ever talking about his fast movement being one. Xianwang smiled while shrugging helplessly. Zhao Linglong ground his teeth against each other in annoyance, anger, and embarrassment. Being proven wrong didn't sit well with his very nature. His inherent arrogance demanded absoluteness in whatever he did or said. He had many grudges to settle with Xianwang, and only by washing away the 10 moves shame that he had suffered from the previous Genius Summit would he feel contented. He didn't like Xianwang's reign, and he sought to prove a point in this year's Genius Summit. Zhao Linglong straightened his golden robes, harumphed, and maintained his silence. Qin Menjiu used her soft delicate hand to cover her mouth and restrain her steadily growing smile. She specifically found the day's events to be quite funny and enjoyable ever since Zhao Wei's presence was recognized. How interesting! He really isn't as simple as he portrays. He also has surprisingly caught the interest of a fellow beautiful woman. Was her name Xiaoyui? I would really like to have a heart-to-heart talk with her. I haven't had a sincere girls' talk for quite some time now. Qin Menjiu cast a curious gaze at Xiaoyui, whose pure eyes were solely focused on the young man on stage. Ah, that look! Qin Menjiu was honestly caught by surprise. She was already past coming of age, and with her 18 years of experience, she wasn't stupid enough to not recognize Xiaoyui's situation. Even if it was just a surface discovery. As if sensing someone looking at her, Xiaoyui slightly turned her head and her eyes met Qin Menjiu's. Invisible electric sparks flashed between them almost immediately. A battle of wills. Xiaoyui then confidently waved at her with an adorable smile on her pink alluring lips. Her smile didn't reach her eyes as she slightly closed them. Hee, aren't you a possessive one, Sister Yufei? Qin Menjiu smiled back as her exquisite eyelashes fluttered involuntarily before their staring contest ended. Many spectators who had happened to see the unusual interaction between the two most beautiful girls all had their breaths taken away by such an amazing scene. Qin Menjiu then looked at the aloof youth standing alone in the battle arena. The spar ends with Zhao Wei's victory. I don't think I have anything to say about the fight. You have the option of challenging anyone or leaving the decision to those who wish to challenge you. What do you think? Qu Menjiu suggested. Picking up an opponent won't make a difference. Zhao Wei thought briefly. It's better to leave that decision to those courageous enough to face me. Zhao Wei spoke lightly. A warm-up won't hurt before I fight the final boss. He then added before giving Xianwang a side glance. Tisk tisk, too much conceitedness to think he could ever put up a fight against Xianwang. Someone should remove him from the arena. He has already extended his stay. Was the Zhao clan always arrogant like this? What did the Zhao clan create this time round? Zhao Linglong. Angry tick marks manifested on Zhao Linglong's temples as he heard the various comments bad-mouthing his clan while some straightforwardly talked shit about him. It was a pity that he couldn't pinpoint the offenders in a crowd of many. It was all that bastard's fault. Zhao Linglong then scoffed with a mocking grin on his face as he looked at Zhao Wei. He was just waiting for him to lose face. Unexpectedly, someone from the Chu clan's pavilion rose from their seat. I don't mind teaching you something about true speed. I hope you won't catch cold feet and backpedal on your decisions. Those words came from a white-clothed handsome young man. Every step he took gave the illusion that he wasn't merely stepping on the ground but on white clouds. He also had a refined scholarly aura that made him seem gentle and intellectual. It was Chu Changji, one of the four great geniuses known for his overwhelming speed that distinguished him from other young talents. Additionally to that, Chu Changji also had a peak 5th rank cultivation base, just like Chu Menjiu. Who would have expected Chu Changji to challenge an insignificant youth from the Zhao clan? Many spectators asked themselves, but that couldn't stop them from watching with anticipation. I am not going anywhere. Zhao Wei stretched his hands upwards as he released a yawn. He looked like someone who had been tired from just standing. After I win, would you mind introducing me to your beautiful friend? Chu Changji said confidently as he unembarrassedly directed his interested and heated gaze at Zhao Yufi's form. The latter awkwardly arched her eyebrows as if wondering what the hell was wrong with the brain of the Chu disciple. Seeing her reaction, Zhao Wei chuckled internally before concentrating on Chu Changji. Do you lack balls, my boy? Zhao Wei said blandly, not giving a shit about his vulgarity and disrespectful approach. Chu Changji was caught unprepared and was rendered speechless instantly. Are you a disguised eunuch? Oh, even certain eunuchs can hit it very well. Zhao Wei continued as he reminisced about a certain main character that had been once a eunuch for a few minutes but that hadn't stopped him from drilling his debauched rod into women's holes. Why you? Chu Changji pointed his trembling finger at Zhao Wei, the words that he wanted to say immediately evaporating from his mouth due to anger. The spectators remained silent for a moment due to slow processing before finally. They really couldn't hold it in as they burst their lungs out with uncontrollable laughter. Chu Changji clenched his jaws while tightly balling his fists. Several drops of blood momentarily dripped from his clenched right hand. At that moment, a trail of cloudy mists and small snow-white feathers started emanating from his feet as he immediately executed his movement techniques to the max. Flowing feather step. Flowing feather flying cloud. Whoosh. Chu Changji then disappeared. An imperceptible evil smile crept at the corners of Zhao Wei's mouth. Chapter 40, The End After the Beginning. Underneath the bright night sky, only the whiteness of Chu Changji's white clothes could, at least, be seen by the naked eye. Those weaker than him in cultivation couldn't even see him, while those on par or stronger than him could follow his movements and speed, but if they had to compete with him, they would find it quite a headache to engage him. After all, he was renowned as the speedster among the four great geniuses from the previous Genius Summit. But there was one important detail to address. Even among speedsters, there would naturally be a hierarchy. They would always be those who were faster and understood the dynamics of running and movements more than the others. The embodiment of true speed. Chu Changji was unaware. Both Xiao Fang and Xin Wahang were also unaware. Everyone was unaware, but only Zhao Wei understood. To others, Chu Changji might have been considered someone really proficient in movement techniques, but to Zhao Wei's calm eyes, he was akin to someone trying to cross swampy grounds. Chu Changji was damn slow despite his efforts to superimpose both of his high-ranked movement techniques. Chu Changji concentrated his inner strength on his balled right fist and ruthlessly aimed at Zhao Wei's face. The punch packed around 3 tons of destruction. Relentless tornado kicks, second form. Azure winds gliding through the clouds. Plus instantaneous lightning movement. Zhao Wei retained his signature evil smile as a perfect mix of light turquoise wind and vibrant blue sparks of lightning crackled around his form. At that moment, he looked like the god of the winds and lightning. And then Zhao Wei moved. He didn't move much but only leaned his head back from the destructive punch. Zhao Wei didn't necessarily fear the fist attack and was confident in his own defense and durability, but he wasn't stupid enough to allow himself to be stung by an ant. Time seemed to slow down whenever Chu Changji's attacks were about to land on Zhao Wei, and it was starting to get on his nerves. It was damn frustrating that his attacks were being evaded at only mere inches away from landing on the hateful Zhao Wei. How was he doing that? Qiu Changji thought as he delivered a combo of lightning-fast punches at Zhao Wei only for him to easily miss the target. Did that mean that he was faster than me? Qiu Changji felt jealousy, frustration, and anger at his own incompetence. It was crystal clear that Zhao Wei was playing catch me if you can with him, and even though he, Qiu Changji, was doing everything he could to land a hit, at least, on the bastard's clothes, all were just being proven utterly futile. Qiu Changji was breathing heavily due to his stamina and inner strength being on the verge of dwindling to zero. Zhao Wei had probably worn him out. And witnessing the mischievous smile on his face was all Qiu Changji needed to know that he had been played like a fiddle. He was just a mere marionette acting under the invisible threads of manipulation from the puppeteer. Why are acting like a wuss instead of fighting me like a true man? Qiu Changji decided to resort to such a tactic in order to give himself some time to recover some of his stamina and inner strength. Is this supposed to be a spar when you have only been escaping instead of fighting me head-on? Qiu Changji put on a facade of righteousness as someone who had just suffered from injustice. He spoke loudly so that the audience could also hear his woes. It was intentional, premeditated. That's right. Qiu Changji isn't wrong. Zhao Wei hasn't been doing anything ever since the fight started except for running away. He is all bark but no bite. Even though he's faster than Qiu Changji, why isn't he attacking yet? Qiu Changji looks almost drained to nothingness, but look at him trying to act tough. Zhao Wei muted all of the background noises as he solely focused on the hopeless guy in front of him. It's all useless, Qiu Changji. Don't try to incite the public's useless banter while slowly trying to fill up your stamina bar. Zhao Wei spoke in a relaxed, monotonous voice before his face morphed into one of unpredictability and apathy. Qiu Changji noticed his sudden change. Those who were observant also noticed the sudden change in the atmosphere around Zhao Wei. All of the geniuses currently had serious and attentive expressions on their faces. Silence permeated everywhere almost immediately. Zhao Wei took one step, an inconsequential action compared to the huge distance between him and Qiu Changji. But Qiu Changji thought otherwise. Instinctively, Qiu Changji found himself further increasing the distance between them by jumping back. He didn't know why, but at that moment, his body moved on its own. His subconscious had taken control during that moment. He was afraid. He had never been that afraid. But why was he afraid when Zhao Wei had clearly done nothing instead of taking a single step? Why are you moving away from me when I haven't done a thing? Zhao Wei calmly asked and then took another step. His hands incessantly trembled while the pupils of his light blue eyes dilated due to the sound of Zhao Wei's footsteps. Why are you approaching me? Qiu Changji tightly clenched his trembling hands as he attempted to calm his speeding heart. However, he didn't forget to take a step back. Approaching you, hey! Zhao Wei comically arched his eyebrow and didn't answer him. Instead, he revealed a question of his own. Then tell me, why are you increasing the distance between us when you had clearly stated that we should fight head-on like honorable men? His voice was bland, but hidden within it was blatant mockery. I just followed my instincts. If I didn't move, I fear that I might have died. Qiu Changji replied in a barely discernible voice as undisguised terror showed on his face, making his handsome features shift toward ugliness. Keeping a distance between yourself and your opponent is only meaningful if you are both equal or close in strength and skills. Anything beyond that can be considered utter futility. You need to wake up from the illusions. Zhao Wei then disappeared, taking everyone by surprise, and as if he had teleported, he appeared inside the fear-struck Qiu Changji's personal space. No one had seen him move. Even the reincarnated God Lord barely saw the traces of his speed mirage. Xiao Fang with his ancient god eye and his slow temporal perception couldn't see or recall anything even when he tried to concentrate all of his eye power. Uncaring of his surroundings, Zhao Wei placed his hand on Qiu Changji's trembling shoulder, whose face embodied what it meant to be scared shitless. Even his sweat seemed to be moving in reverse. See? The distance between us had been pointless ever since we entered this arena. Zhao Wei raised his hand off Chu Changji's shoulder, much to the awe and anticipation of many. It was just a simple action, full of tension and suspense. But Chu Changji didn't feel that way. For he saw the end of the world in that simple raise of the hand. He saw his life flashing in front of his very eyes like a movie being forwarded. Chu Changji also saw heaven and hell, with the door to heaven closed off from his path and leaving him with only one choice, to go to hell. It was an inevitable path. And when Zhao Wei's hand descended for a chop, Chu Changji saw his dead ancestors smiling down at him with expectation. Kaka. The sound of a bone being dislocated from its joints was the last sound Chu Changji heard before his world turned upside down and before he lost consciousness. Zhao Wei seemed to be lost in thought as he stared down at Chu Changji's unconscious body. After some time, he turned his bored gaze to somewhere in the Xin clan's pavilion before speaking in a powerful voice filled with inextinguishable battle intent. Xin Waheng, we are the main characters of today's Genius Summit. Why don't we save time by giving the audience a legendary fight that they won't ever forget in their lives and the Genius Summits to come? Many geniuses felt offended and undermined by Zhao Wei's words as protests and profanities echoed throughout the arena. But the receiver of all those dark insults, Zhao Wei, seemed unfazed, blind, and deaf to all their nonsense. He didn't like beating around the bush. And also he had already seen them. The kind of audience that he had been waiting for. Even though they remained hidden in the shadows, they couldn't escape his all-seeing eyes. Xin Waheng, the recipient of Zhao Wei's battle declaration, looked at the arena with indecipherable thoughts running through his mind. The look of fascination and thirst for battle on his face mirrored that of Zhao Wei's. There won't be a need for that, Brother Wei. I have been waiting for you to say something like that since forever. I must say you totally exceeded my expectations. Xin Waheng stood up from his seat. And then with unbridled arrogance, not one of conceitedness but one where one was filled with surety, Xin Waheng stated. Brother Wei, even though you don't know about this rule of mine, I feel like I should let you know in advance. 10 moves. I normally defeat my opponents within 10 moves regardless of their genius status. With an interesting look on his face, Xin Waheng walked into the huge battle arena. For a moment, Zhao Wei was totally dumbfounded by Xin Waheng's confidence. And then he wildly laughed as if he was high on something illegal as he supported his right hand on his forehead. And here I thought my imaginary title as the 1-minute man was impressive. Zhao Wei smiled after he finished laughing. I like your arrogance since you have the skills to back it up. Let's fight to our heart's content. And then, both of them almost synchronized their final wishes. In the battle arena, only 2 beings mattered. Everything else was an illusion and only the 2 of them were real. After all, they were the main characters of the show, their lights meant to cast shadows over all of existence. Chapter 41, Zhao Wei vs Xin Waheng, I. At a hidden spot near the Genius Summit, 2 figures clad in silver armor stood atop the branches of an inconspicuous tree. What do you think about him? One of the silver figures asked. Though the night had enough lighting, their features couldn't be seen. I don't think I have seen enough to fully come up with a good evaluation. The other figure replied. He isn't simple. I have a feeling that he would be able to defeat Xin Waheng, but it won't be that easily done. True. Even before they have fought, just from their auras and confidence already qualifies them to be in the top 10 at the camp. Let's observe the fight and see what they have up their sleeves. I hope they won't disappoint the Lord. Chu Menjiu frowned when she saw how her fellow clansmen had been effortlessly overpowered and treated like a plaything. I didn't expect another Xin Waheng to appear from the Zhao clan. I don't think Zhao Linglong would be as formidable as him even when his high cultivation is brought into the picture. To be able to emotionally and physically damage Chu Changji like that, I don't know what to say. I don't think I can handle any of his moves. He outclasses me in everything when he probably hasn't even gone all out. Chu Menjiu nervously bit on her thumb, a minor action that she normally does when she is troubled by something. The Zhao clan has produced unpredictable monsters this time round. Their chances of being the top clan in Sun Feather City are high if Zhao Wei is really as incredible as he is right now. After this competition, I would try to sweet-talk him. With my beauty and level of influence, he wouldn't be able to resist my suggestions easily. I am pretty confident in my seduction skills. I can easily have men at the tip of my fingers if I play my cards right. And then, as if sensing her own peculiar behavior, Chu Menjiu immediately removed her thumb from her mouth before subtly looking around in self-awareness. She then put a small pretty smile on her lips as she gazed at the two young men in the arena with immense interest. "Show me what you got, Zhao Wei." Chu Menjiu wasn't by herself as many others, anticipating the beginning of the supposed legendary fight, also shared the same thought. To find the overall strength of Zhao Wei and peer through the enigmatic fog surrounding his being. They really didn't know him at all except for those from the Zhao clan, but if they were suddenly asked about Zhao Wei then they wouldn't have a concrete answer. Zhao Wei had a relaxed expression on his face as he studied his opponent. Xin Wuheng also did the same. The distance between them was almost negligible. Each one of them was confident in their speed. It didn't matter where they stood in the arena. Close combat, Good. Xin Wuheng thought as he analyzed the extremely small distance between himself and Zhao Wei. Even though I can't see his cultivation with my special instigative technique. His true cultivation should be anything below the 7th rank of Martial Master Realm. His peak 5th rank realm has a high possibility of being a lie. After all, I am just like him. I am the type to not show all that I have. Xin Wuheng took a battle stance while adorning a serious expression on his face. Despite his serious approach, his whole body was relaxed and his breath was as steady as Mount Tai. Zhao Wei also mirrored Xin Wuheng's action, but he didn't lose that maniacal glint from his dark, abyssal eyes. He couldn't wait to begin the fight. Shwa! Shwa! Both of them moved at the same time and started exchanging blows. From hand-to-hand combat, kicks against kicks, palm against palm, the thunderous blows between Zhao Wei and Xin Wuheng caused the very air to crackle with tension that it almost felt palpable. Surprisingly, they had barely moved from the spot they had started fighting, which signified that both of them were almost equal in strength. But was that the truth? Tyrant fists. Zhao Wei executed his first ever technique in this world, and it was just a core rank technique. His fist was lightning fast, packed with the strength of his arm muscles and pinpoint precision. The air seemed to distort and quiver under the incoming might of the devastating fist that surpassed the speed of sound. Time seemed to have slowed down at that very moment as Xin Wuheng sighed helplessly as he perceived the lethality of Zhao Wei's punch. It was a punch that could probably decimate anyone below the 6th rank into a bloody donut. Even those of the 6th rank wouldn't necessarily survive under its annihilatory impact. I have been pressured already, Xin Wuheng thought with a frown on his face as he used one of his peak-ranked palm techniques that he had also trained to the peak level. Taiji Cloudy Palm. Xin Wuheng's palm seemed to turn into a cloudy diagram of black and white, an alternation between yin and yang, control and recklessness, softness and hardness. He then faced Zhao Wei's supersonic attack with a fearless glint in his eyes. Boom! When both of them clashed, a shockwave of undeniable might spread like a tsunami and impact the whole arena. Those who were near the battle stage felt the effects more vividly as they coughed up blood since their bodies had been hurt by the weakened shockwaves. Everyone was taken by surprise by the intensity of their blows. The earth below Zhao Wei and Xin Wuheng shattered into small blocks as a 5-meter radius crater formed. On Xin Wuheng's right, a deep fissure ran on the ground, testifying to Zhao Wei's catastrophic fist. Using Taiji Cloudy Palm, at the last moment of contact, Xin Wuheng redirected the full brunt of the attack downwards. There was no way he was going to face that attack. He could have suffered very deadly injuries to his internal organs that would likely take longer to heal. What a terrifying monster! Xin Wuheng sucked in a deep breath as he struggled to contain the blood trying to escape from his mouth. The stifling pain on his hand signified that the many small bones had been broken senselessly. Gulp. Xin Woheng slightly winced before gulping the metallic liquid down his throat. It wasn't something that he couldn't endure anyway. Xin Woheng then looked around at the shattered debris in the arena and also realized that he had been pushed back 20 steps away from his opponent, who remained unperturbed, unshakable, and relaxed as ever. Wasn't that the most basic technique in our clan? A disciple from the Zhao clan remarked in amazement and shock. It was Zhao Qin. How can a core-ranked martial technique have such despair-inducing might? Is this the day when pigs will start flying in the sky? Impossible. This is supposed to be impossible. Zhao Linglong almost fell from his seat due to denying the current outcome. How can a mere side branch disciple like him fight on par with Xin Woheng and even hurt him? Zhao Linglong felt a sense of defeat and sourness rising within him. He just couldn't stomach the thought of the little ant having such devastating power. If his core-ranked martial technique already had such overwhelming might, then how were his middle-ranked techniques going to be? Only despair. Even though he was extremely arrogant and narrow-minded, Zhao Linglong knew that he wasn't confident enough to take Xiao Wei's fist head-on. He would immediately execute shadow steps to the max and escape the range of the attack if he was lucky. The shockwaves were already proving to be a challenge, and escaping unscathed wasn't an option. Hehe, it isn't the technique that defines the strength of a man but his experience and the number of times he has practiced the said skills. Xiaoyui cutely smiled as she looked at Zhao Wei with unadulterated pride in her eyes. Such wise words, Sister Yufei. Zhao Qin issued a compliment after hearing her insightful words. Zhao Yufei shook her head lightly and pointed his smooth and delicate index finger at Zhao Wei's figure. I can never come up with such profound words. It can only be him. Zhao Qin then immediately found Zhao Wei to be pleasing to the eye as she stared at his strong back muscles. What if I could? Zhao Qin immediately squeezed her own cheeks to distill those hopeless imaginations from her mind. There is no way. Zhao Qin thought in self-pity as she gave Yufei a meaningful side glance. Only she, herself, knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, in the battle arena. Do you want to continue, 10 moves genius? We have only shared one move since the beginning counts only as a warm-up. Zhao Wei asked in a caring tone. Xin Woheng clicked his tongue in distaste and spat the remaining blood inside his mouth on the side. I had the same thought. I just didn't expect you to be that monstrous. Even during that era there was hardly anyone who could punch like you. Xin Woheng's eyes shone in appreciation and reminiscence. The will to fight inside of him wasn't going to waver just because of one attack. After all, he had already faced attacks more dangerous and destructive than Zhao Wei's when he had been a mighty god lord. Show me all those skills that you have accumulated over the years. A former god lord like you shouldn't be so stingy, right? Zhao Wei crazily thought with a greedy smile on his face. Xin Woheng felt a chill run through his whole body when he saw that smile. I don't care about the era you are referring to, but please. I beg of you to use all of your strength, since it will really hurt like a bitch when I shift the gear. Zhao Wei pocketed his hands before stomping on the ground with one foot. A golden celestial inner strength swiftly flowed from his body via his energy pathways into the ground. Freezing Ice Spear Technique. 3rd level. His actions caught everyone by surprise. And almost immediately, Xin Woheng, who had senses that transcended the 6th rank and were similar to martial masters plus his experience as a previous powerhouse, jumped back from his initial position and landed on the edges of the arena like a grasshopper. The ground where he had previously been standing was nothing more than an icy landmine of destruction as 2-meter-long blue ice spikes protruded. Xin Woheng broke into a cold sweat. If I had been a few milliseconds late. Xin Woheng felt that hiding his cultivation base wasn't going to help him anymore. He would have to expose most of his strength, but there was an option of giving up on the fight. Seeing how hyped Zhao Wei was, Xin Woheng knew that if he missed this chance to fight to his content with such a terrifying monster, then he would certainly feel regret later on. Fight! Keep on fighting. His fighting spirit rose once again as his cultivation base broke through from the peak of the 5th rank to the beginner 6th rank of the consolidated realm. Chapter 42, Zhao Wei vs Xin Wuheng, 2, Finale. What? Xin Wuheng broke through to the 6th rank in the middle of the battle. How is that possible? Isn't his luck exaggerated? This sudden turn of events feels suspicious. How can one just break through as if it's nothing? Talk about being calculated. Well, if it is as you say, then Xin Wuheng would be extremely terrifying and cunning. He truly deserves to be last year's #1 genius. But we have to look more at the person who has forced Xin Wuheng to show us some of his hidden skills. It was only through him that we were able to glimpse at Xin Wuheng's peak-ranked martial technique. To force Xin Wuheng to such a wretched state, this Zhao Wei has a high possibility of winning. Haha, stop talking nonsense. Xin Wuheng has never lost before. He's only pretending to be overwhelmed to give the opponent a huge surprise when he's least expecting it. You can't begin to comprehend his battle tactics. You Xin disciples are truly full of yourselves. Forget about the #1 spot this time round. What did you just say? I said your mouth is full of donkey shit. A commotion swept through the spectators, igniting a flurry of animated discussions that revolved around the exhilarating shift in the battle dynamics. Amidst the air of skepticism that enveloped Xin Wuheng's unexpected breakthrough, a significant portion of the audience was consumed by curiosity, eagerly anticipating the ensuing clashes between him and Zhao Wei. The question on everyone's mind was, who was going to triumph over whom? Again. Xin Wuheng immediately employed his movement technique. Cloud chess steps. His movement was slow and steady, integrating the effects of unpredictability with each action. Through cloud chess steps his opponents would find it very difficult to track or predict his movements. Even though Xin Wuheng didn't pursue extreme speed, he could surely hold his own against those who thrived when it came to speed. Come! Zhao Wei laughed unrestrainedly as he used his base speed to face Xin Wuheng in the middle of the arena. Bang! The two young men started displaying their martial arts as they happily exchanged moves after a move. Small cloud vein hands. Xin Wuheng used his perfected middle-ranked martial technique to target Zhao Wei's acupoints. Xin Wuheng's fingers simultaneously pressed the acupoints on Zhao Wei's arm, expecting to temporarily incapacitate him. As Xin Wuheng's hands made contact with Zhao Wei's muscles, he sensed a sensation that went beyond touching a mere man. It was as though he was touching the living embodiment of steel. What? Xin Wuheng thought in shock, wonder, and frustration. Was this guy made up of steel? Even his acupoints are abnormally fortified to withstand techniques related to pressure points. No, I will give it another try. There must be a blind spot somewhere. Xin Wuheng didn't give up despite feeling the stinging pain throbbing in his fingers. Unfortunately, his next several attempts didn't work against Zhao Wei. What kind of body strengthening technique is he using? Xin Wuheng sighed inwardly, his exasperation evident. It's remarkably flawless, seamlessly synchronizing his defense and offense to unprecedented levels. Then I can only do that special move. A brilliant idea cropped up in his mind. Xin Wuheng suddenly became an entirely different person as a mystical aura pervaded every inch of his being. At that moment, the spectators thought that Xin Wuheng had become one with heaven and earth, an existence capable of displaying the full potential of martial arts. An indifferent expression showed on Xin Wuheng's face as he attacked with his fist. Howling Tiger Fist. Breaking Wind Finger. Taiji Cloudy Palm. The combination of three different martial arts, each one of them trained to the peak level, created a sense of profundity and holiness in the surrounding atmosphere. Zhao Wei, who had been passive all that time and had done nothing to counterattack due to focusing on defense, had a twinkle inside his eyes. He was like an enthusiastic child who had been presented with his favorite toy. But in this type of situation, Zhao Wei's target of interest was Xin Wuheng's new style. Combining techniques wasn't that difficult for him since he had already perfectly integrated the azure winds gliding through the clouds with instantaneous lightning movement. Those were 2 techniques only since he had never bothered to do so with the others. Only in battles would he find the perfect opportunity to constantly improve instead of awaiting enlightenment due to consistent martial arts practice. At this level, his technique shouldn't be merely peak ranked but something between a partial holy martial art and a complete holy martial art. Zhao Wei could think fast and analyze Xiao Fang's ingenuity in such a short time frame due to the exaggerated clock speeds of his brain. That's why the coordination between his superb eye abilities and mind makes Zhao Wei's perception of time slower when he enters that mode. Zhao Wei then raised his hands as if he was preparing to defend as he had done during this round of exchange. A miniaturized blue lightning arc flashed from his right eye making him look more mysterious and somehow enchanting. Then the turquoise color of the wind and the purple color of illusions sprang forth from his legs. The temperature around Zhao Wei also started decreasing as tiny white snowflakes started forming on his fists. Zhao Wei did all of these within milliseconds. The essence of 4 different techniques converged at his fists, and that sense of oneness with nature was felt from him by the crowd who had their mouths slowly but gradually gravitating toward the floor. It was even more powerful than Xiao Fang's. Zhao Wei's mouth curved into a meaningful smile as if saying, "If you can do that, I can definitely do it better." Xiao Fang's eyes widened in confusion, fear, surprise, and admiration when he witnessed his opponent's level of comprehension and adaptability. It felt downright unacceptable and wicked. Something that shouldn't be allowed to happen, to ever exist. Monster. His state of mind was affected despite his millennium of experience. Could he also be one of them? A god eye holder or someone with an ancient bloodline from the 10,000's ancient races? Xiao Fang could only speculate. But he wasn't given more time since Zhao Wei's attack was even faster and stronger than his. At that moment, Xiao Fang felt his danger senses tingle uncontrollably. His vision held nothing more than the word death written in bold red letters on Zhao Wei's fist. Even though Zhao Wei was taller than him by a few inches, Xiao Fang perceived his fist as multiple huge fists intended to obliterate his very existence there and then. Xiao Fang knew that he had already been affected by the power of illusions during that moment, but he just couldn't extricate himself fast enough. "I have yet to exert my revenge on the ancient soul race for killing me and bringing ruin to my giant god race. Even though I am thankful for the chance to live a second life, I am starting to feel the regrets already." His martial master senses couldn't save him after all, he was under a simple yet frightening illusion. His powerful soul had also been injured and couldn't help him quick enough to resist the abrupt illusion. But if he had been in his right state of mind, he wouldn't have had such thought processes and could have instead focused on how to reject the swift call of Yama with his rich experience. Whoosh! A small wind blew Xiao Fang's hair as Zhao Wei's earth-shattering fist stopped just a few inches from splattering his brain matter on the ground. "This is only a spar. Killing is prohibited, Brother Wang." Zhao Wei smirked as he proceeded to lightly pat his stiff shoulders. "It was thanks to you that I was able to use that last move. Thanks for directing me toward the correct path." Zhao Wei removed his hand from Xiao Fang's shoulder. He was honest with those words and truly was grateful even though he didn't need to. Xiao Fang was slowly regaining his normal thinking abilities as his face hardened into an extremely serious expression. "I didn't lose unjustly. I didn't truly expect to meet someone like you in this place. I have certainly benefited from this fight just like you." Xiao Fang shook his head while sighing heavily. "Brother Wei, I enjoyed the fight. I am not disheartened by the failure, and failure has just made me realize something." Xiao Fang's smile held a deep meaning that only Zhao Wei could understand. "Prepare for your defeat, brother." Xiao Fang gave Zhao Wei one last look before confidently leaving the ruined arena. "No," was Zhao Wei's succinct response before a smiling Xiao Fang faded into the blankness of the night. And only Zhao Wei knew where Xiao Fang was going. It was a more grander place than Sun Feather City. A larger arena for powerful and interesting geniuses from various races. A more evolved and exquisite kind of genius summit. It was a region that Zhao Wei was going to unlock soon enough. Meanwhile, the crowd was only left with one collective thought. What had just happened? Chapter 43, Naivety. At a hidden spot near the Genius Summit. Such good seedlings. I honestly didn't have high hopes for this small city and its little clans. One from the Xin clan and the other from the Zhao clan. These kinds of seedlings can only sprout well under the rich caring of the Lord and the competitive atmosphere at June City. True, it's better that we are the ones that have managed to find these two geniuses instead of others. But don't you think the Zhao clan youth's comprehensive abilities may stand a chance against Beimoi? That's just wishful thinking. Beimoi is the pride of the Lord, which makes him even more talented than all of this city's geniuses combined. Stop exaggerating, 17th. I feel that the youth from the Zhao clan isn't as bad as you think. We will only know him better after the recruitment. Let's go. Time waits for no one. And then two figures clad in silver stealthily rushed out from the summit of the mountain. Back at the half-destroyed arena, Zhao Wei absent-mindedly looked at the two mysterious people with an imperceptible smile on his lips. Mission accomplished. His ear muscles then stopped twitching and returned to normal. He had already heard their conversation under the barely long distance of over 500 meters. He didn't need to use a hearing technique like how Xin Wohang normally did, since his overall physical body improvement naturally also covered it and granted him super hearing. Apart from his supervision, Zhao Wei could also hear sounds over very long distances, currently limited to only a few kilometers. Beimoi, there was somebody named like that before the early Broken Moon clan arc, now I remember. He was the one that dared to pull the rug under Lord Guanjun's feet. Haha, he wasn't in the wrong either. What could he have done? A wise man submits to circumstances. Zhao Wei quickly glossed over the details he had once forgotten but was now remembering from the novel. But then again, to betray someone's full expectations and trust on you was simply. Zhao Wei then left the war-torn stage with a bored expression on his face. Now what am I supposed? Zhao Wei cut himself short when he noticed another interesting thing. With such a hot and intense gaze directed toward me, how do you expect me not to notice? Zhao Wei thought in amusement. Oh Chu Menjiu, oh Chu Menjiu. She should currently be itching to sweet-talk me into accepting her offers. Just how restless is she? He pretended to not look in her direction as he went down to his seat. With his 360 degrees field of view and his honed instincts, any type of gazes, be it of interest or hostility, they couldn't escape his perception, and anything within the 1,000-meter radius of the mountain was under his radar. Have you been satisfied enough? You look quite happy, if I must say. Xiaoyui commented with a curious look in her eyes. Her seat was just 2 seats behind Zhao Wei, but she had decided to sit next to him for a moment. Happy? I don't think so. Zhao Wei smiled lightly. Humph, when I say you are happy, then you are happy. The image of your battle-crazed smile is still fresh and vivid in my mind. You were clearly enjoying it. Xiaoyui retorted while cutely puffing her cheeks like a hamster stuffed with food. Zhao Wei rolled his eyes. All right, you win. I enjoyed the fight though barely. Are you happy now? Xiaoyui poked her small tongue out in victory. Childish. Zhao Wei grumbled. Speak for yourself. Xiaoyui chuckled, an action that usually exposes her adorable dimples. Oh, those small depressions on her cheeks made one feel the urge to just poke at them with the index finger. Anyway, with how epic your fight with Xin Wohang had been, I don't think the next fights are going to be that stimulating. Haha, just look at the severe destruction that you have caused in the battle arena. Xiaoyui knew the damage dealt by Zhao Wei would always be disastrous, but that was her first time witnessing it in person. But I think you still didn't give it your all. Am I right? Xiaoyui asked curiously, even though she knew the answer right from her heart. Were you itching to see someone's corpse, girl? Zhao Wei arched his eyebrow, his words as nonchalant as ever. No. Xiaoyui answered hurriedly, her body muscles visibly becoming tense. She had never seen a corpse or seen someone getting killed. She just couldn't stomach the thought even with her newfound confidence. But what bothered her was Zhao Wei's nonchalance toward matters of death. Didn't he feel nauseated or repulsed by it? Or was it that her heart was still young, naive, and inexperienced? Have you ever killed before? Zhao Yufi's lips trembled as she asked him without thinking it over. She expected him to at least say no. Zhao Wei remained silent and didn't answer her quite peculiar and personal question. He chose to look at the shiny surface of the radiant moon. Zhao Wei wasn't evading her question but was instead taking his sweet time. Finding continuously staring at the moon to be boring, Zhao Wei shifted his deep gaze to the young beautiful woman sitting next to him. I have taken lives that sought to take mine. So that qualifies as a yes. Zhao Wei then calmly replied, his voice was free, regretless, and cool. Her eyes widened in extreme surprise and fear while her soft pink lips quivered in tandem. Do. Her heart palpitations also increased. She didn't want to believe that the young teenager beside her who was only a year younger than her could easily take a life without being affected by its implications. Yet she knew deep down in her own heart that Zhao Wei was telling the truth. Just how could he do it and remain unaffected? Is it due to his inherent coldness and unpredictable demeanor? Her mind was now a maelstrom of questions that she couldn't answer. Zhao Wei observed her facial expressions and managed to get a read on her thoughts. Are you now afraid of me? Zhao Wei said expressionlessly. I don't know. I am just shocked and speechless. I don't know how I am supposed to react now. Zhao Yufei looked sideways, not daring to meet Zhao Wei's gaze. I know that you are young, but the world doesn't care about your age when it comes to survival of the fittest. Having a basic understanding of the world that you are living in is paramount to your own existence. This world is cruel and unforgiving. Killing is just a cycle that keeps the world moving. The time will come when you will be forced to take a life. And that time isn't far off, Zhao Yufei. Soon. Then Zhao Wei closed his eyes and started sleeping. Zhao Yufei listened carefully with a frown on her pretty face as she tried to make sense of Zhao Wei's words. She could barely understand what he had taught her. And it was then that Zhao Yufei realized that he had already started sleeping. This bastard really. But seeing how peaceful and pleasing his sleeping face was, Zhao Yufei shook her head lightly and didn't try to disturb him. A plethora of emotions showed on her angelic face as she sighed in defeat. I understand. Zhao Yufei knew the answer, but she couldn't just accept it in the short term, and it needed her to experience the negatives of reality and the way of survival. Their conversation on that day had been different and quite deep. Looking at the arena that was now fully repaired in such a short period, Zhao Yufei confidently knew that it was her time. Her time to shine also. She didn't want to forever stand under the shadow of Zhao Wei. Hell, she needed her own shadow. Her own path. In calculated elegance, Zhao Yufei then slowly rose from her seat. She gave Zhao Wei's sleeping form one last look. I can't resist. She found her right hand outstretched on its own as she sought after Zhao Wei's cheeks. She just wanted to pinch them a little bit before leaving. At the last moment, it seems she had some second thoughts about her disastrous actions as her delicate left hand clutched her right arm and stopped it in its tracks. What am I doing? Zhao Yufei slightly mocked herself, aware of the looks that she was gaining due to her beauty. Finally, she sought the battle arena to have her own episode of greatness. Her own limelight. She needed more experience. Chapter 44, Battle of Two Beautiful Goddesses. The thrill and excitement that had previously dwindled due to the lack of something as enjoyable as the battle of Zhao Wei and Xin Woheng was now steadily rising due to the emergence of one person. Zhao Yufei. She was a peerless beauty, fresh and pure like a white lotus, so it wasn't a surprise for her to garner most of the crowd's attention, if not all. Another factor was her high cultivation despite her young age. She was at the peak of the 5th rank and her age was only 15. Chu Menjiu, who also had the same cultivation, was 2 years older than her. She was a rare talent among the talented. People wondered about her true capabilities. Was she going to be as monstrous as Zhao Wei, or was her battle prowess going to be on par with the 4 geniuses? I challenge the host of the summit, Chu Menjiu. Why don't we have a little spar, Sister Menjiu? Her bold words swept everyone's mind like a storm. Xiaoyui didn't want to bother accepting useless challenges and issued her own challenge to one of the 4 geniuses, Chu Menjiu. Hehe, I won't decline your challenge, Sister Yufei. Chu Menjiu flashed a mature, alluring smile that captivated the souls of the male spectators. I would like to know what you are capable of. It's been so lonely up here. Chu Menjiu then descended on the stage with her graceful movement. A battle between 2 of the most beautiful girls was going to be visually impactful and a sight to behold. Zhao Yufei smiled back as she took on a battle stance. It would be a pleasure. Zhao Wei, who had been taking a nap, slightly peeked through one of his eyes. A curious glint showed in his eye. I wonder how much she has improved. Zhao Wei also wanted to witness the techniques used by both women. Chu Menjiu focused on softness to counter the attacks of her opponents from the novel, and unsurprisingly, Zhao Yufei also uses a similar style of fighting. Is this battle going to be a draw, or will a winner finally emerge? Oh, fate, show me the twist so that I won't be bored. But he could already anticipate the twist to some degree. As a spectator and someone journeying through a dream, Zhao Wei didn't go all in on any of the 2 with the bets. He took a neutral approach since he didn't support anyone, but in his mind, he had a picture of the final winner calculated through cheap predictions. Chu Menjiu executed her movement technique butterfly snake steps, and when she moved, she seemed like a snake, unpredictable and fast, her body soft enough to partially defy gravity for a few seconds. Zhao Yufei smirked as her clear eyes smoothly followed all of Chu Menjiu's unpredictable movements without straining. That bastard taught me what true speed is. Zhao Yufei reminisced as she exchanged several moves with Chu Menjiu across the arena. Under the silvery radiance of the moonlight, the 2 beautiful women looked majestic and breathtaking as they continuously countered each other. Everyone from the 3 pavilions watched with bated breaths as the fight seemed to be approaching the acme. Cloud leaf steps. Zhao Yufei used another movement technique which significantly boosted her speed to higher levels, making her slightly faster than Chu Menjiu. She was like a leaf gradually gliding to the ground, and sometimes like a leaf being carried by the swirling wind. Chu Menjiu controlled her breathing and tried to be as natural as possible while she clashed with Zhao Yufei, whose momentum was steadily rising. But it is a good thing that I can resist her despite her superior speed. Pa! Their smooth palms met each other with ease, resulting in a resounding clap. Both of them retreated at equal distances due to the resultant force. I never expected her to be this strong. Why are so many monsters emerging from the Zhao clan this time round? Chu Menjiu frowned internally. The Zhao clan's luck and providence were inconceivable to give rise to someone like Zhao Wei and Zhao Yufei, who got easy recognition due to their young age. But there was still another one. A forgotten character from the Zhao clan that had yet to display his skills. It was Xiao Fang. The Zhao clan are truly worthy of envy. Chu Menjiu, who was lost in her own thoughts, unconsciously used twirling snake body to negate some of the force from Zhao Yufei's lethal sneak attack, but she wasn't left unscathed. Zhao Yufei had attacked from her blind spot. A line of red formed at the left corner of her sexy mouth. Sister Menjiu, please don't be distracted. Zhao Yufei warned with a cheeky smile on her innocent face. Her voice was filled with good intentions. You might have thought that she and Chu Menjiu were true sisters who cared genuinely for each other. Zhao Wei chuckled at her sloppy and mischievous little acting. Oh Yufei, I didn't know that you had it in you. Humph, I didn't expect that behind that veil of innocence, you were also funny. Chu Menjiu used her long, slender pink tongue to lick the blood on the left corner of her lips, a seductive action that set the hearts and groins of many ablaze. She looked like a foxy seductress who could easily lead men into the abyssal depths of sin. We are left with only one move to decide the winner, and if the winner isn't decided by it, we can only conclude with a draw. Chu Menjiu explained the obvious. You don't want that, right? She gave Xiaoyui a knowing smirk. Aren't you the same? Xiaoyui pouted. That only makes things more interesting. I wouldn't be standing here if I lacked a competitive spirit, Sister Yufei. Silence. The finale was about to be actualized. Whoosh. Chu Menjiu was the first to move using all of her physical strength and movement techniques. She then used up all of her inner strength to perform her peak-ranked palm technique Snake Whip Palm, which she had painstakingly trained to the peak level. Across the arena, Xiaoyui didn't move a single muscle from her initial position. Her slender feminine form remained relaxed while her eyes were unusually deep in concentration and evoked a sense of mystery. Her sight never left Chu Menjiu like a tigress marking her prey. The two then met head-on in one last deciding move. Pa! Chu Menjiu reeled back in shock as she unconsciously clutched her belly with a grimacing face full of shock and doubt. She then vomited a mouthful of blood on the ground. As for Xiaoyui, though she still stood her ground, a crimson line of blood trickled from her lips. What was that? Chu Menjiu had some doubts about what had happened at that last moment of contact. She then shook her head before sighing in defeat. Her voice quivered in slight disappointment before she controlled her emotions. I lost. Chu Menjiu then gave Xiaoyui a respectful gaze. It's your win, Sister Yufei. The corners of Xiaoyui's lips lightly tugged upwards. It's our win. We both tried our best. At the end of the fight, it seemed yet another demonic genius from the Zhao clan had emerged. Did the Zhao clan solely want to occupy all the spaces of the four great geniuses? Xiaoyui's beautiful face and figure were deeply imprinted in everyone's mind during that night. We both tried our best, hey. Zhao Wei scoffed in amusement as he closed his eyes. What a sweet liar! Chapter 45, One that seeks to change his destiny. The Genius Summit continued after that, but it remained prosaic. The fights just couldn't hold a candle against the previous battles of the goddesses and the legendary main characters of the show. The rankings among the four great geniuses had been reshuffled with the introduction of new blood into play. Zhao Wei was the first, Xin Woheng dropped to the second position, Zhao Linglong painfully held the third position. His plan to challenge Xin Woheng went down the drain after he disappeared, and Xiaoyui comfortably completed the quadrilist. Chu Menjiu and Chu Changji were the only ones to be dethroned from their original positions. How sad! But it wasn't the end of the world. Anyway, it honestly didn't take long before the curtains of the Genius Summit were closed. The disciples from both the Xin and Zhao clans started their journey down the mountain. Each one of them had different expressions on their faces, ranging from happiness, seriousness, contemplation, disappointment, worry, and sadness. A lot had truly happened during the Genius Summit from the standpoint of everyone. Among the Zhao clan disciples, Xiao Fang slowly walked alone with a thoughtful look on his face. He was too deep into the world of thoughts, his entire mind focused on an issue that had presented itself on the path of his life. The said issue also seemed capable of even hindering his future progress in cultivation. Xiao Fang had seen enough during the Genius Summit. There were certainly extraordinary individuals among the younger generation who were more brilliant than even him. If he hadn't come into contact with a fate-altering opportunity in the form of an ancient god, his future prospects would have definitely been bleak. His existence would have been one to fade into obscurity and mediocrity. Xiao Feng unconsciously gave his left eye a light touch. The ancient god currently taking residence in his left eye socket was his lifeblood now. He and the ancient god were one with the other, a unique singular entity connected by the soul. But Xiao Feng still didn't have a concrete understanding of the mysterious eye from ancient times. He just had an instinctual feeling that the ancient god was going to elevate him to inconceivable heights as he steadily continued to arduously grow stronger. Before the Genius Summit, Xiao Fang had been determined to try his very best and stand out among the various talented youths from the three clans. And ever since Xiao Fang had gotten the ancient god eye, he had been having blurry dreams of a greater world outside Sun Feather City. He honestly couldn't understand the meaning of it all, but that had only fueled his resolve of wanting to explore what lay beyond. His vision had been renewed. But, why did he have to be in the same generation as someone like Zhao Wei? A bastard with illogical levels of comprehension. Why? And it hadn't been Zhao Wei alone, there had also been someone from the Xin clan called Xin Wahang whose skills and comprehension abilities were greater than many but still not as monstrous as the martial god. The martial god was a nickname that had been circulating around the disciples even before the summit's conclusion. Zhao Wei was inevitably the only one to be associated with such a pompous title due to his unnatural affinity with martial arts. Xiao Fang would be lying to himself if he didn't feel slight envy and jealousy toward Zhao Wei's success. His negative feelings had only been negated by the presence of the ancient god eye that reminded him of a future brighter than all of the youngsters from Sun Feather City. His limelight may have been stolen by both Zhao Wei and Xiaoyui, whose ages were roughly the same as his, but that didn't mean that he, Xiao Feng, was going to continue existing in their dark shadows. He didn't want to forever be subservient to Zhao Wei's glory and brilliance. Xiao Feng wanted his own tale forged from his life's experience. He didn't want his tale to be within someone's tale. It was a disgrace to someone of his caliber. There were just so many mysteries surrounding God's spiritual eye. The ancient is broken. Xiao Feng vividly remembered the words of the mysterious ancient voice that had emanated from the depths of the God Eye dimension. To continue my bloodline of the Eye, you will rule over everyone and control the 10,000 races. All shall submit when you awaken. Those prophetic words, cause that's how he subconsciously perceived them, had been a motivating factor for him to turn his mediocre life around. It had filled him with steely resolve, subject to breakage from a bully named Zhao Wei, to bulldoze through setbacks and whatnot. But that still wasn't enough when you have Zhao Wei clowning around the younger generation. I have an innate talent better than him. I can feel it inside of me. The changes that have been happening in my body are perfect examples. Xiao Feng had a hidden smirk on his mouth. He's only meant to rot in this hellhole even if he has higher levels of comprehension than everyone. He won't escape the limitations of his innate talent. Xiao Feng was sure about that since he had used his supervision and analytical abilities of his left eye to secretly profile Zhao Wei. And what he had found made him realize that Zhao Wei wasn't special. For the betterment of his psychological welfare, Xiao Feng felt that he needn't compare himself to Zhao Wei lest he barricaded his own improvement. In his honest opinion, the latent talent inside Xiaoyui was scaling higher than Zhao Wei's. So his words during the clan's sparring contest hadn't been mere lies. Xiao Feng gazed at the splendor of the moon and after some time, redirected his gaze to the almost limitless sky cloud forest and beyond. From his vantage point, he could see it all with his left god eye. Zhao Wei and I can't just coexist. I should leave Sun Feather City and search for my own destiny. I refuse to be caged. A green glow intensified in the pupil of his left eye. That fateful night Xiao Feng decided to search for greener pastures since the ones in Sun Feather City were going to experience drought sooner than later. Under the telltale chirping sounds of the cicadas and hooting of the big-eyed owls that chose to violate the tranquility of the night, Xiao Feng sought the uncharted, changing the course of his life and fate. His existence was but a mere droplet in the grand river of destiny, but Xiao Feng's left ancient god eye slightly made bubbles in it. Xiao Feng vanished completely, his fellow clan members unaware of his disappearance as they engaged in animated conversations. But someone had seen him. A look of fascination and anticipation was evident in that person's deep abyssal eyes. I can hear the unmistakable flapping of the butterfly's wings. Why seek the rain when you can easily be comfortable under my umbrella, O Zhao Feng? Zhao Wei thought in derision and amusement. Zhao Wei then stood up from his seat, making him the last Zhao clan member to leave the pavilion. Ah, the few minutes of sleep have been quite refreshing. Light sarcasm dripped from his low voice. A discerning look then manifested on his ordinary face as he gazed over the horizon. Cultivation is a journey of self-discovery that I am humbly taking part in. So you have also decided to revitalize your own worth and eternal glory, my friend. Zhao Wei then put his hands behind his back, giving him an air of majesty and unspoken confidence. May we never meet again. Then he started slowly descending the rocky mountain. But someone respectfully blocked his path. Brother Wei, what do you think about accompanying me to a relaxing meal under the veil of this promising night? A sultry voice full of seduction, admiration, and hidden greed followed. Like a piece being played from the celestial jade chambers, it descended to the realm of mortals and captivated everyone who heard it. Honey! Trap! A playful glint shone in Zhao Wei's pupils as he looked at the supposed most beautiful woman in Sun Feather City. I could smell the cliché from miles away, but I ain't gonna fold, bitch. Because I have unlimited willpower. A profound smile formed on his lips as he curtly nodded in reply. Chapter 46, Chu Menjiu. Chu Menjiu was indeed a spear raiser without a doubt. With such a level of sexiness and matureness, many men would easily be held hostage by her beauty. She possessed an irresistible charm. Her presence could captivate one's soul and mind. The cultivation world houses so many temptations that can easily lead you astray, be it intentionally or unintentionally. Zhao Wei thought as his eyes locked on the subtle yet curvy hips of Chu Menjiu, who was walking in a quite provocative manner. Who would expect such a view to be also an integral part of the Dao? Sigh, the Dao is truly boundless. I can't even begin to fathom its enormity. Zhao Wei maintained his composure, his eyes reflecting the innocence and purity of a newborn as they shifted to the inviting contours of Chu Menjiu's red attire. When you think you understand the force, then you realize how little you know. A one-sided grin formed on his lips as the cultured wind gently carried the fresh feminine fragrance of a ripe woman into his nostrils. Chu Menjiu, with moist and tantalizing lips, wore a faint, victorious smile as she led the most promising young talent of the Genius Summit to her makeshift bamboo shelter. She had wisely prepared for this moment, having her servants construct the shelter before the summit's end. Hook, line, and sinker. Chu Menjiu thought as her pale blue eyes held a knowing sparkle. She could feel his intense gaze, never once straying from her alluring figure. Men are simple creatures. Just look at how deeply mesmerized he is. This is really going to be easy. The Zhao clan can't continue hoarding all the talents for themselves. As the future heiress of the Chu clan, I can only resort to these petty tricks to slightly shave away at their growing prominence. Chu Menjiu felt that things were going smoothly so far, and she was only left with a few moves to utterly ensnare Zhao Wei into her womanly clutches. A perfect power balance had to be maintained in the jurisdiction of Sun Feather City. The Zhao clan was dangerously going to submerge the other two clans in their hegemony if the two clans remained blind to their current situation. Chu Menjiu had the foresight to recognize this impending imbalance. Please, have a seat. Chu Menjiu politely gestured towards a plush sofa after ushering her guest into the bamboo house. Zhao Wei accepted the invitation without hesitation, making himself comfortable. No wrappings around her boobies. She decided to go natural, I see. But she's still not one with nature yet. Zhao Wei didn't need to use his forbidden eye to know that Chu Menjiu wasn't wearing any covering around her breasts. Chu Menjiu gave him an intentional chance to peek at her when she leaned down to pour him a cup of grape wine. So what do you want from me, Miss Chu? Zhao Wei asked nonchalantly as he received the cup from her well-manicured delicate hands. Chu Menjiu responded with a breathtaking smile as she settled close to him, despite the abundant space on the sofa. Zhao Wei could feel the soft, silky material of her black stockings where their knees touched. He took a slow sip from his cup, all the while gazing intently at the seductive, city-toppling beauty provocatively seated beside him. It was evident that Chu Menjiu had little regard for personal space, but Zhao Wei didn't seem to mind, going with the flow. Straight to the point, are we? Chu Menjiu giggled, her mind racing with strategies to make the young man beside her succumb to her charms more quickly. I am just curious why the most beautiful girl in the whole city would waste her time giving someone as ordinary as me such high levels of attention and care. Zhao Wei gave his innocent opinion. He really could pull off a virgin MC template quite well. Zhao Wei enjoyed playing along. I reckon most virgin JP protagonists wouldn't bother to ask themselves such questions when approached by a beautiful, potentially psychopathic yandere. He momentarily reminisced about a certain genre in JP novels. Ordinary. Do you really think that you are ordinary? Your face might be ordinary, but your talents make you more handsome and extraordinary than the most dashing men. If you are ordinary, then all the other people are mere trash. Chu Menjiahu felt like scolding Zhao Wei, but she restrained herself quite well lest she be angered to death. I assure you, young Master Wei, you are far from ordinary. Chu Menjiahu's lips twitched as she leaned her supple body closer to Zhao Wei. Her sweet heavenly fragrance could really make men dizzy with uncontrollable lust. You are a dragon amongst men, young Master Wei. Your future is limitless. She proceeded to sweetly whisper close to his ear, her voice carrying a spellbinding charm. She truly lacks mastery in the art of seduction, Zhao Wei calmly thought as he finished his drink and placed the cup on a small mahogany table. Really? Am I that remarkable? Zhao Wei bashfully inquired, feigning innocence and reluctance to succumb to Chu Menjiahu's advances. Zhao Wei felt out of character with himself, but he had to act for his own amusement and to feed the ego of the desperate girl leaning into him. Bullseye! Chu Menjiahu smirked inwardly. Zhao Wei is an extremely talented battle maniac, but his romantic experience is next to zero. And he also has a hidden complex of seeking validation about himself. I wouldn't have expected that beneath that exterior of valiance and confidence when he had been fighting was just a naive boy, she mused, surprised to discover a clueless boy beneath the facade of valor and confidence he displayed in battle. Sigh, the things I have to do for the clan. Don't ever doubt yourself. Young master, why do you think about being one with the Chu clan? I would pour you wine whenever you want, and almost all the resources of the clan would be used to satisfy your needs. Money, women, status, we will give you all of that you have been lacking from your clan. Chu Menjiahu increased her attacks as she pressed her nipples against his muscular arms. She didn't like what she was doing, yet she strangely found herself enjoying the firmness of his taut manly muscles. She could even smell his thick masculinity seeping through his robes. It made her uncomfortable down there. Chu Menjiahu gritted her teeth. She didn't like it. She reminded herself that she was doing all this for the prosperity of her clan. And to achieve that she had to coax Zhao Wei into accepting her irresistible conditions. Any man would immediately fold at this juncture. Well, she, Chu Menjiahu, had an understanding of the young male psychology. I wouldn't even mind giving myself to you if needed. That was the finisher move. They liked peaches and well-sliced grapefruits. Chu Menjiahu turned slightly pink when she thought of that. If only I were a H protagonist or your typical Yun Che stereotype, oh Chu Menjiahu, you wouldn't hope to survive the rod. Zhao Wei sighed meaningfully as he looked down at the young woman trying her best to poach him. What do you mean, young Master Wei? Confusion showed in Chu Menjiahu's beautiful visage. She really couldn't understand what Zhao Wei was talking about. Who was Yun Che? What was H protagonist? Those were certainly new words to her. Wait, what was the rod? Chu Menjiahu just couldn't find the needed answers. Zhao Wei saw through her confusion, it was written all over her divine face. So he decided to educate the little minx. The rod is an unholy weapon of sorts used to mind-warp thoughts into submission and mindless obedience. Dishonest virgins and thirsty milfs alike dread its existence. Zhao Wei dutifully explained like a dedicated parent educating their child. In short, I am not going to use the path of the rod to discipline thoughts. My mind and heart are imprinted with goals transcending the boundaries of this reality. Chu Menjiahu tried to open her lips, but Zhao Wei was fast. Oh, I forgot I am speaking a highly encrypted language of the gods for your mind to comprehend. Darn it! Zhao Wei lamented as he shook his head in disappointment. He then respectfully pushed Chu Menjiahu's body from his before rising from his seat under her confused and shocked eyes. I enjoyed the company, little girl. Zhao Wei affectionately patted her soft hair before removing his hand. Chu Menjiahu felt extremely embarrassed and angered by his misogynistic words and actions, but she couldn't retaliate. Have some self-respect, Menjiahu. I am not your average young master. This one's self-restraint is quite high. It's too early for you to use honey traps on me. Zhao Wei lightly spoke with his back facing Chu Menjiahu while he stared at the moon whose brightness was slowly fading. Will duties keep chaining your actions and thought process, or will you do what you think is right? Chu Menjiahu tried her best to cover her embarrassment as she heard Zhao Wei's profound words. She knew she had been played cleanly like the fool she was. He didn't have any giveaways in his little act. Zhao Wei wasn't who people thought he was. Wasn't it bad to seek a future for your own clan? She had a lot of responsibilities on her shoulders, so what was she supposed to do? If Zhao Wei could just breed. No. Thought. Thanks for the fun. Zhao Wei smiled as if he could easily read her mind as he started to walk out of the bamboo house. But then he stopped and slightly tilted his head to the side, his eye menacingly fixated on a particular spot in the darkness. And you? Tell that elder hiding himself to value his life more. Life is short and it can easily be taken away from you. I have already given my clan an overview of what would happen if I ever go missing in the Chu clan's territory. If they can't have me, they would try to eliminate me through assassination. That's what I had said to the clan head and elders. Zhao Wei bluffed so good that it felt 100% true. There were no holes in his words due to how confident and relaxed he was. I understand your plight, Chu Menjiahu. Bye. And with those last words, Zhao Wei disappeared into the shadows of the night like a ghost. Chu Menjiahu's lips trembled in defeat, shock, and unwillingness. She felt as if she had missed something important. Did she have feelings for Zhao Wei during that short and crazy encounter? No. She didn't understand it herself. But the most shocked person was the peeping voyeur Tom. The hiding Chu elder was incessantly trembling while thin streams of blood flowed out of his orifices. Terror and extreme puzzlement edged his countenance. But, he just couldn't resist coughing up blood. He had to cough up that blood whether he liked it or not. Chapter 47, I Am a Prisoner. After witnessing Zhao Wei completely vanish from his sight, with his aura now non-existent at the summit, the Chu elder hastily revealed himself from his hiding place. Chu Menjiahu was instantly taken by surprise by his current state. She didn't seem surprised that an elder of their clan had been watching all of the events that had happened at the Genius Summit. The elder had been stationed there specifically to oversee the overall security of the mountain venue and to defend against external forces that might have sought to disrupt the smooth proceedings of the Genius Summit. Another hidden agenda was to see if the other clans had any excellent youngsters, and if such individuals were found, the elder was supposed to come up with a strategic plan on how to poach them into their clan. Under such circumstances, if their attractive proposals and benefits are rejected, they can only nip the bud while it's still young before it germinates into a future powerhouse that can't be controlled. The three clans were in a constant struggle against each other, refusing to allow any of them to thrive or accumulate more power than the others. Elder Chu, are you okay? Chu Menjiahu asked in worry as she rushed to offer her hand, but the elder stretched his palm out in rejection. His face was pale white like a sheet of paper, and the cool breeze of the night only served to make his beads of sweat colder. I am Oka. Elder Chu tried to reply but instead coughed up a mouthful of blood on the ground. Elder Chu then used his left hand to wipe the blood off his mouth. Chu Menjiahu's worry only intensified, seeing the sorry state of a prominent elder of their clan. He's injured. Chu Menjiahu swiftly thought, but any person would have come up to such a conclusion. What bothered her was what had exactly happened to leave Elder Chu, who was a 7th-rank martial master, in such a weakened state. Or maybe who had injured him. Many questions clouded her mind and she yearned to know the answers from Elder Chu's mouth. But Chu Menjiu didn't rush to pressurize him and intelligently chose to give him some time. After a few minutes of self-healing, Elder Chu's complexion began to regain some color, but the deep-seated fear from his eyes couldn't be easily erased. Elder Chu deeply breathed the cool night air into his lungs, but the smell of iron still remained present inside his nostrils. He then released a heavy sigh while shaking his head in indignation and fresh understanding. I am sorry for showing such an unsightly sight. Chu Menjiu arched her eyebrows as if asking why he was apologizing. She still didn't have high authority in the clan yet, so Elder Chu didn't have to be extremely courteous with her. Elder Chu, you still haven't told me what had rendered you into such a state on our own turf. Chu Menjiu frowned, but slight concern could still be seen on her face. That young man. Elder Chu's lips trembled when he said those words, but still tried his best to curb that terrifying memory from replaying in his mind. What was that skill? Elder Chu asked himself. What type of skill attacks you with only words? Even if he's a master of the transformation state, doing what that Xiaoyui had done was almost unthinkable. Words? Sound? When you utter words, there will be sound produced, right? Sound produced? Elder Chu thought crazily, seemingly unaware that Chu Menjiu was still there. So he attacked me with a sound-attributed skill that uses sonic waves to attack through the air. But to cultivate such a rare skill to perfection is completely unprecedented. Epiphany started settling inside his old eyes and drove away the initial confusion he had after being assaulted by Zhao Wei. He nearly shattered all of my eardrums and injured my internal organs. Elder. Chu Menjiu slightly raised her voice, seeing how absent-minded Elder Chu was. Elder Chu blinked a few times as he gradually returned to the world of the living. He then looked at Chu Menjiu before releasing a weak apologetic laugh. So who was it? Don't tell me it's Zhao Wei. Wasn't he talking before he discovered you? I didn't see him attack. Chu Menjiu talked quickly without catching a break. Elder Chu sighed deeply as he gazed at the darkness which Zhao Wei had disappeared from. The young are truly surpassing the old. Zhao Wei is probably someone that I shouldn't ever think about messing with. Our clan can't afford to mess with him. He's already at a level where a 7th-rank martial master like me wouldn't give him any pressure. Given the fact that he is very young, not more than 15 years, makes him even more terrifying. The word genius doesn't even begin to describe him. He is simply more than that. Elder Chu finished with veneration laced in his voice. The only thing he regretted in his life was showing slight killing intent toward Zhao Wei. As even a little leak of it had been enough for Zhao Wei to spot him as if he had been advertising himself out in the open. Chu Menjiu listened keenly as her almond-shaped eyes widened in slow realization and shock. So it was him. How can someone like him be considered an individual of the younger generation after what has happened? Her lips twitched uncomfortably. I am truly a clueless clown to think I could easily seduce a monster like him. Truly stupid. Chu Menjiu had a self-deprecating smile plastered on her mouth as she palmed her forehead in frustration. Chu Menjiu understood that the Xiaoyui was beyond outstanding, but following Elder Chu's exposition, the image of him inside her mind reached the skies and became even more mysterious. My mind and heart are imprinted with goals transcending the boundaries of this reality. Chu Menjiu recalled Zhao Wei's words perfectly. His masculine voice remained vivid and fresh, as if time had reversed to that point in time. So he said such words, hey? No wonder he is that powerful at such a young age. Elder Chu released a weak laugh as he struggled to sit on the sofa. After sitting, he closed his eyes with a lethargic look on his face. Chu Menjiu sighed to herself after witnessing Elder Chu's state once again. She then tentatively walked toward the edge of the bamboo house with a forlorn expression on her face. Thinking for myself? That was never possible, she mused as she stretched her right hand towards the sky. I am a prisoner, unlike you, who is free. I am untalented. The difference between us is as vast as the sky above and the earth below. We come from entirely different worlds. A sad smile adorned her luscious lips as she languidly dropped her hand to her side. It was good knowing you even if it was only for a few minutes. Meanwhile, Zhao Wei could be seen leisurely walking towards the well-designed, huge black gates of the Zhao clan. He then suddenly sneezed, making him stop his movements for a moment. Someone seems to be so in love with me. Of course, he didn't necessarily believe in such superstitions. Anyway, once a single dog always a. Zhao Wei didn't finish his words as a tired yawn escaped his mouth. Oh my, I should enjoy my sleep while I still can. His figure then merged with the night once again. A few moments later, inside a certain residence in the inner sect, a youth could be seen sprawled on his bed and sleeping like a koala. Chapter 48, Solar Breath. In the world of immortal cultivation, they normally say that every single moment is precious and shouldn't ever be wasted wantonly. Leisure can also be considered part of cultivation after a long day of arduous training, since at that time one can be considered to be at peace. Cultivation isn't always about an eternity of seclusion, meditation, and fighting. If it was like that, then the Great Dao wouldn't be a limitless concept but a fixed one. The world is an unfair place, and maybe some cultivator out there in the omniverse is practicing cultivation as a leisure. The possibilities are simply uncountable. Well, there are simply lots of explained and unexplained mysteries when it comes to the world of cultivation. After having a good night's sleep, the following day Zhao Wei didn't slack off in his training, even though from an outside perspective he could have been considered to be already saturated in terms of attainment. Most of his skills were grandly perfected, and only his evolvable primordial stellar energy body refining technique was at the beginner level of mastery. Its rank was unknown even to Zhao Wei, but he had a profound sense of its future potential. Within it rested multiple variations of transformation. In the courtyard, which has seen better days due to a certain someone's destruction tendency, Zhao Wei experimented with the self-created blazing solar finger. A golden ray of concentrated solar energy shot out from his extended index finger. The air hummed in defiance as the golden ray cleaved a nearby two. Just how many times have I done this? Zhao Wei smiled sheepishly as his eyes swept across the ruthlessly decapitated trees and boulders present in his courtyard. And I thought I could easily keep it environmentally friendly. Light sarcasm dripped from his voice. Zhao Wei then shrugged helplessly. Well, planets and entire universes are constantly being destroyed as I am speaking right now. My little actions are negligible in the grand scheme of things. Activists won't sue me here, right? All of a sudden, Zhao Wei felt a bulb light up inside his mind as random crazy thoughts surfaced. Can I shoot the blazing solar rays through the eyes like a Kryptonian? How about releasing an ultra-thin solar beam through the mouth like Godzilla Earth or Golden Sentry? In a world where overpowered eye abilities are the mainstream, won't that just be the perfect fit for me? A lunatic glint brightened his eyes. It's feasible and executable. If it's not an impossibility, then I can do it very well. Well, even impossibilities can be made possibilities in my current reality. With how powerful his current physique was courtesy of the primordial stellar energy body refining technique, Zhao Wei knew that his ability to resist abnormalities in temperature levels was quite exemplary. But he had his limits and he knew it. The Man of Steel and his Marvel version are special cases. Godzilla Earth uses nuclear energy to shoot such high levels of destruction through its mouth. They are all so cool. Author's note: I don't know anything about the physics surrounding heat vision. Welp, there isn't any physics to explain. Zhao Wei then entered training mode as he assumed a lotus position. From his energy center, Danshan, Zhao Wei circulated his golden inner strength through his energy pathways, meridians, and in the process converted it into extreme yang energy. Zhao Wei could feel his blood boiling as if a furnace had been placed inside of his body. Hot waves of steam began to radiate off him as a result of sweat droplets being evaporated the moment they formed on his skin's surface. An illusion of space distortions occurred around his form due to the heat radiations. Zhao Wei could feel the extreme yang energies travel up his throat like a river of magma defying gravity. A blinding golden light intensely shone from his cheeks that had started to inflate due to the energies wanting to be expelled, and if Zhao Wei wasn't careful they would quickly seek other orifices to exit. Hell-bent on not resisting the urges of the volatile extreme yang energies, Zhao Wei abruptly pulled his head backward and opened his mouth toward the gloomy afternoon sky. Several rays of golden solar beams erupted from Zhao Wei's mouth like disco lights from a disco ball as they spliced the dark clouds apart and added light and vigor to the somberness. It was quite an artistic scene touched with the intent of destruction and annihilation of the heavens above. Shit, that was definitely something straight out of a Shin Godzilla movie. Zhao Wei lolled his tongue out like a thirsty dog as hot vapor emanated forth from his mouth. His words came out funnily due to having his tongue out of its natural habitat. Control. He then lightly mumbled with a subtle frown showing on his face. I should have control when using solar breath, or else I would easily risk destroying everything in the vicinity. Solar breath was the name that he had decided to give the skill in remembrance of the old gigantic lizard from his childhood fanaticism. Since it's my first time trying something as crazy as spitting radiation from my mouth like a monster, I think it's understandable. Zhao Wei comically nodded to himself. It's all about evolution and control. I should be able to pull off that ultra-thin display of solar breath after some practicing. Zhao Wei then used the rest of the day and the following day to tame the disorder and volatility of the extreme yang energies into one ultra-destructive solar breath. Solar breath's current power wasn't that despair-inducing, but with the increase of his cultivation strength, its power was also going to similarly increase. Apart from its extremely hot temperatures that could easily melt a hole through flesh, solar breath could also emanate concussive forces capable of pushing targets away from him. Just like that, a month passed, and while lost within the realm of insane training, Zhao Wei didn't even feel the weight of the passage of time. Time is insignificant when one invests their time in something they solely enjoy, but if they don't, they would feel as if the world around them has stagnated and the universe isn't expanding anymore. In a completely dark room, the silhouette of a human could barely be seen due to the presence of one anomaly, the dim glow of yellowish-red orbs. The intensity of the glow was then increased up a notch, and it was revealed that the yellowish-red glow originated from a man. With each step that he took, it would seem as if two glowing points were moving on their own amidst the darkness. Finally, the outline of Zhao Wei's face could be seen as he went outside with his muscular chest naked for all to admire. Leaves escaped from the thick branches of the ancient trees while dancing to a tuneless song of the subtle wind before kissing the ground. Zhao Wei could feel the summer warmth embracing his sun-kissed hard skin. The yellowish-red glow in his eyes had faded as he looked at the cloudless and clear vault of heaven. Why isn't he here yet? Did something happen? Zhao Wei casually thought with wonder while placing his hands behind his back. Zap! A yellowish-red beam suddenly erupted from his eyes before returning to normal. Almost instantly, a small bird with the features of a sparrow and an eagle dropped on the ground, a few steps away from where Zhao Wei was standing. That makes it the 30th mock eagle sparrow. Zhao Wei smiled as he picked up the fresh corpse from the ground. Food. He muttered the signature words whenever he killed a prey. Zhao Wei, I have come to bargain. Xiaoyui suddenly glided into his courtyard while flashing him a heart-melting smile. She then openly eyed the dead creature in his hands like a hungry predator. Zhao Wei grumbled inwardly. Ugh, Pavlov, why won't you give it a rest? Xiaoyui has been appearing whenever he finishes a hunt for the past few weeks. And with the same damn words pouring out of her stubborn mouth. What a lying foodie! There have never been any bargain involved when it came to food. Chapter 49, What? Just from where did she learn the accursed line? Dormammu wouldn't have been her fan. Zhao Wei had a look of wonder and confusion on his face, but there were slight signs of tiredness showing. And I have already started getting sick of this place, yet as cultivators we are told to be as patient as possible in every situation. Zhao Wei shook his head with a sigh, but even with such thoughts running through his mind, his eyes retained calmness and desolation. Even so, things haven't been that boring as of lately. Having walked the path of aloneness for a very long time, the icy and frozen heart that I once had seems to be slowly thawing at almost negligible rates. Zhao Wei then gazed at the lone yellow leaf that had broken free from its support and was now on a solitary path to kiss the ground. He momentarily saw himself in that leaf before Zhao Yufi's soft voice shattered his reverie. Humph! I can't get used to how you can randomly get absent-minded when you have someone as dedicated as me accompanying you whenever I find the time. Zhao Yufi harumphed and crossed her arms in annoyance. Zhao Wei lifted an eyebrow, wondering what was wrong with her. I never once asked for your dedication, miss. Zhao Wei said matter-of-factly. So mean. Zhao Yufi pouted childishly, making her pink wet lips stand out. Anyway, you seem kind of tired. That's a new look I never get to see in the cold prince's imperial face. Zhao Yufi slightly squinted her eyes as she meticulously observed Zhao Wei's face. I can also see some signs of impatience, but I am not sure. Boy, aren't you good at masking your emotions? Zhao Yufi continued with a faint smile. Just stop being nosy, young lady. Is a hot meal enough to keep your ever-increasing curiosity at bay? Zhao Wei ignored her inquisitive stare, something that he had seen several times from her in the past. Zhao Yufi gestured the closing of a zip across her lips, and her playful yet inquisitive demeanor turned to one of obedience and docility. That's one of the tricks to temporarily leash a foodie. It always seems to work. Zhao Wei mentally nodded to himself. He then started working on the piece of fresh poultry while Zhao Yufi happily sat on a chair that was close to the table. Zhao Wei took his sweet time to defeather the dog-sized bird. Each move he made was elegant and smooth. I am truly shameless. I only know how to eat, but I just had to suck at cooking anything edible. I have never been this shameless all of my life. I guess it's this bastard's influence that's slowly changing me. Zhao Yufi used her palms to hide the blush of embarrassment stuck on her cheeks. I should learn to cook like him, hee, knowing that I won't ever get close to even 1,000th of his skill. Maybe improving my cultivation to the highest levels will enable me to cook anything for him. A dreamy gaze adorned her angelic face for a few seconds before she bit her lower lip in silent frustration. Zhao Yufi remembered whom she was dealing with. It was a thick block of ice, to be exact. Her fantasy was just a mere fantasy with a 99.9% probability of not happening. She decided to keep the 1% due to hope and her womanly pride. What are you spacing out for, little glutton? Your food's ready. Keep in mind this might be the last time I am ever going to be your personal chef. Zhao Wei put a plate steaming with a perfectly roasted avian piece of meat in front of Zhao Yufi. Wow, this looks delicious as always. Just the smell is enough to raise my spirit. Wait. Did you just call me a glutton? Zhao Yufi blabbered happily, but it was then that Zhao Wei's words slowly started being replayed in her mind. She cast him a look of anger and resentment, but Zhao Wei responded with a not-so-sorry smile as his hand stretched toward the attractive plate as if it was being magnetized. Seeing his actions, Zhao Yufi wore a look of pure terror and trepidation on her face as her hands instinctively tightened on the plate as if her very life depended on it. Courting death. A tick mark manifested on her temple as she secured her godly food. You dare! Zhao Wei, as someone from a special world of culture, creativity, and memes, couldn't help but want to crack a genuine smile and laughter. But, he was helpless against it. He couldn't hold it in. It was inevitable. Pfft! Zhao Wei laughed hard, harder than he has ever had since he transmigrated to the fan universe, much to her chagrin. Being simply pissed couldn't even begin to describe her countenance. Zhao Yufi was beyond that. But that wasn't what mattered most to her at that very moment. Something else entirely took her sole focus as her eyes widened in disbelief and amazement. It was as if she was witnessing something as unbelievable and inconceivable as a cock performing kung fu or a rat bench pressing a rat trap. She was mesmerized by his laughter and a genuineness that she had never felt from him. Ever. It was truly a sight to behold. Zhao Yufi decided to perfectly record that moment in her mind, vowing to never forget it. It was as rare as a Kylan's feather. She reminded herself that there might never be a replica of that laughter as she watched him gradually trying to calm himself after exhausting his energy. I am happy. Zhao Wei cleared his throat as he looked at Xiaoyui. Thank you. He really meant it. Zhao Wei realized that he had never once laughed like this due to being closed off most of the time. There was a form of enlightenment in his deep abyssal eyes as all the pent-up emotions, negativities, and all such stuff inside of him had been expelled through that one genuine laughter. It wasn't even exaggeratedly funny, but he had laughed nonetheless. In the journey of cultivation and self-discovery, one can't be stiff and single-minded all the time. One had to enjoy the journey and fully immerse oneself to have the best of the best experiences. To be free, he had to live carefreely and know the joys and bitterness of life. Zhao Wei recognized that he lacked in various aspects. He was flawed, but that only made him want to see how long he could go on that infinite path. Zhao Wei wasn't focused on romanticism when he treated a beauty like Xiaoyui fairly. The need for casual human conversations was all I needed, and she perfectly played her role. She's really a nice lass. Zhao Wei breathed in the cool air of a promising evening, allowing its freshness to grace his lungs. By the way, were you serious when you said that you would never cook for me again? Xiaoyui, who had been silent all along due to being frozen by the unexpected gratitude from Zhao Wei, suddenly spoke in sadness. Her immense sorrow immediately changed the lightness of the atmosphere. She didn't get sidetracked that easily. Zhao Wei's mouth formed an O shape, and amid his internal happiness, he remembered his previous words. I am serious. Why? Why would you say that? Xiaoyui sounded hurtful, as if her heart was once again being fragmented into tiny pieces. Small beads of tears began forming at the corners of her eyes. Her love for his food had become such an integral part of her life. She was that addicted, and to suddenly part with it. She didn't want that to happen. It couldn't just happen. Never. A crazy light flashed across her reddening eyes as she sniffed back her snot. Xiaoyui then cast a predatory look at Zhao Wei, who suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. What if I insist that you don't stop cooking for me? I would do anything for you if you say you were joking. Zhao Wei denied with a headshake. Then what if I kidnap you? Zhao Wei was going to shake his head, but... What? That was definitely not a laughing matter. Chapter 50, Under the Starry Night Sky. You heard me. Xiaoyui stressed her words. Zhao Wei opened his mouth, closed it, and opened it once again, but he couldn't find the right words to explain the situation or reply to Xiaoyui's outrageousness. Then I would just pretend I specifically never heard those brazen words from you. Zhao Wei addressed her awkwardly. Even if I had to take your words seriously, something like that won't ever happen. 'Cause I am stronger than you. He finished with unhidden pride and boundless confidence that could shake the firmaments. His intimidating eyes looked down at her as if asserting his unseen conqueror's haki. Xiaoyui didn't falter, her eyes never left his, but even then, she could feel the pressure weighing down on her, but not lethal enough to make her legs go weak. She gritted her fair teeth in defiance, and after some time, she averted her gaze with a tired and helpless sigh escaping her lips. Ugh, you are right that I am still not strong enough. Her facial expressions then did a complete 180 as she looked back at the heavenly food strongly beckoning her to take a prolonged bite. Since it was currently safely secured under her arms, her hand tore a glistening juicy thigh decorated with aromatic condiments that drove her salivary glands into insanity. Xiaoyui couldn't resist it anymore as she munched on that appetizing thickness. Ladylike elegance and whatnot were all thrown out of the window. She was unrestrained when she was together with Zhao Wei. Yo, take it easy. The aphrodisiac should be taking effect in about 5 minutes. Zhao Wei adorned a cunning smile on his face as he decided to play with her. Xiaoyui paused her chewing, and that made the food inflate one of her cheeks funnily. Aphrodisiac? You can't be serious. Don't you think 5 minutes is too long? You should have made it like a minute or a few seconds to get it on quickly, Despicable fellow. She rolled her eyes at him and continued doing what mattered most to her at that moment. Zhao Wei rubbed his nose with a shameless expression on his face. Anyway, why aren't you eating some? Xiaoyui asked casually as she slowly gulped down the moistened food with a cup of sweet wine. She then cut a mid-sized chunk of meat and stretched it toward Zhao Wei. Do you want a bite? Aren't I kind enough to care about my junior brother? A tender smile stretched across her mouth. Zhao Wei winced, his face contorting into visible disgust. I am good. Stop calling me junior brother, and you have been giving me weird labels since long ago. Stop it. He grumbled lightly. Seeing him not showing appreciation for her kindness, Xiaoyui harumphed before swiftly returning that hand to her gradually opening mouth. How can you ignore the hand that feeds you? Shameless. Now it was Zhao Wei's turn to roll his eyes. Who's feeding who? Say those words on the day you become a powerful entity capable of cheating reality to make such otherworldly high-quality food like mine. A picture of a big-breasted woman in a tight suit momentarily appeared in his mind. Twisting probability may be too far off for her, ho ho. Zhao Wei mused lightly. An orange glow had already started spreading across the horizon as the sun, which had been quite rare during the day, began to gradually disappear down the expansive mountain ranges. Xiaoyui thoroughly washed her hands clean after eating her fill, but surprisingly her belly didn't show signs of being bloated. It remained as flat as it was before she had eaten. You are simply the best, Wei. Xiaoyui smiled in satisfaction, a light blush gracing her smooth cheeks. You have become too comfortable with me, you glutton. I don't remember us being that close for you to address me like that. Zhao Wei facepalmed himself for her sake. But we have known each other for an eternity. Xiaoyui nervously fiddled with her two index fingers. Yeah, I think my ears have been malfunctioning as of late. Zhao Wei playfully picked his ear with a pinky and then he scoffed at her. When did a few months ever stretch to an eternity? A smile formed on his face. It seemed that the two had already formed a knack for continuously joking with each other. Okay, I know I am exaggerating. Xiaoyui waved her hand in dismissal of the topic. She then gazed at the sun, finding the scene quite captivating and suitable for their current atmosphere. Zhao Wei put a chair next to her and sat to gaze with her. Friend. Zhao Wei muttered in a low voice. The word itself felt strange on his tongue. Hey, what do you mean by friend? Xiaoyui tilted her neck to the side as she gave him a side glance. You are the first friend that I have ever made, but that doesn't mean that I trust you or anything. Zhao Wei gritted his teeth and those words came out quite forced from his lips. Oh, you said that I am your friend? Isn't there more that you can add? Xiaoyui grinned like an old cunning fox. Shut it before I take back my words. Zhao Wei threatened with a low grumble. You are no fun, Wei. An angry tick mark showed on Zhao Wei's face, but he didn't come up with a snarky reply. He just showed a fake smile on his face. And the atmosphere turned to a tranquil one once again. Why a friend though? Shouldn't I be more than a friend? Xiaoyui thought in passing with a sad undertone. And what was more than a friend? She asked herself, but didn't delve much since the answer was pretty much obvious. By the way, why do I feel like this might be the last time we would have such a moment? Xiaoyui commented. Trust your instincts. You thought I was joking when I said that that meal was your last supper. Zhao Wei replied as he inclined on his chair with his hands laced behind his head. Why would you say such a thing with such a high level of certainty? Can you see the future or what? Xiaoyui asked with a serious expression on her immaculately divine face. I can see the future to some degree, that is, through the canon events. Zhao Wei smirked internally. Let me ask you this. Do you want to stay forever holed up in this tiny place? Zhao Wei then proceeded to pose a question. Xiaoyui touched her small, cute chin with a thoughtful look on her face. After a few seconds of thinking, she spoke unhesitatingly with indomitable courage. I don't think I would want that. After hearing some of your bullshittery over those few months, I certainly want to also experience more adventure while growing stronger until I can pick the sun and the moon with my bare hands. Drink wine with the deities. Pft. Xiaoyui's serious tone slowly started derailing to a reminiscent laughter. Rather than feeling embarrassed by his past, which included lame poems about wine and made-up lines from the library of Xiangxia junk, Zhao Wei maintained a shameless, composed, and steady facade. You forgot flirting with immortal fairies and slaying demons and punishing evil. Zhao Wei added, but it only served to intensify Yufi's laughter. He. Zhao Yufi bent in her seat as she used her delicate hand to try to contain her hearty laughter. Dang, that's too much cringe I have spouted over the months. Zhao Wei tightly pursed his lips as he gazed at the dark sky with twinkling stars gradually beginning to appear. After exhausting all the energy from her lungs, Zhao Yufi glanced at Zhao Wei, but then their eyes met. Pfft. Seeing his facial expression, Zhao Yufi didn't know why, but she soon began keeling over in laughter. Laughing at others is bad, Yufi. It isn't good behavior. Zhao Wei warned with a teacher-like demeanor. Ah, haha, stop killing me slowly. Sigh, don't say I didn't tell you. Why you got me? I yield. It's not funny. Pfft. Beneath the starry night sky, two people relished each other's company. One sought the other's heart and a deep understanding of their psyche. They wanted to prove that they weren't completely useless but were instead people with an ever-growing determination capable of achieving whatever they desired. The other yearned for the unpredictability of life and the spices thrown into his journey, a path of eternal cultivation. He was searching for himself. His own emotions. He wanted to understand an infinity of concepts on the Grand Dao, something that he didn't even have a clear grasp of. There were simply many things to unveil in the fan universe and beyond. As the two friends stargazed peacefully while enjoying each other's company, a clan servant arrived at Zhao Wei's quarters with an important message. Both young Master Zhao Wei and young Lady Zhao Yufi are being summoned by the clan head. A slight surprise briefly showed on Zhao Wei's face before he returned to normal. Only suppressed annoyance and anger could be registered on Zhao Yufi's calm face as she looked at the oblivious young servant. I hope the time I have been waiting for has arrived. Zhao Wei rose from his seat and Zhao Yufi followed suit with her fiery gaze burning holes through the young female servant's neatly plaited head. Broken Moon Clan, you aren't that far off from me. Naturally, Zhao Wei had already thought about the probability of things not going his way, but no matter what, he was determined to get what he wanted if there were chances to capitalize on. If there weren't any, then he would create his own. And that was life.